is the third person to walk on the moon? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and we will go to... I got two Nancys here. Who was the first Nancy in? It's Nancy P., so I'm going to go to her. Hi there, Nancy. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful, Nancy. Okay, so who's the third person to walk on the moon?
Pete Conrad.
Pete Conrad is correct. Yes. Hang on a second, Nance. Got yourself a family 4-pack of tickets to Adventure Aquarium. Discover 65 tons of beach. And check out the supersized sand sculptures that have taken over Adventure Aquarium, but it's only for a limited time. You can get tickets and info at adventureaquarium.com.
I want to see that.
Yes, absolutely. I love the giant sculptures. Yes. All right, so on Easter Sunday, Hilary Swank took to Instagram to announce that she has welcomed her twins to the world. The $1 Million Baby actress shared a photo of herself holding the two babies in her arms as she stood in a bathrobe and looked out at a beautiful sunset.
I am so sore.
She said it wasn't easy, but boy and girl, was it worth it, she captioned. And happy Easter, she wrote, posting from pure heaven.
She had the baby?
She did, right?
She's almost 50.
She was pregnant throughout the series, right? She does that series in Alaska. Yeah, wasn't she?
I believe so.
I thought that was part of the deal.
Hold on, let's look up.
Yeah,
she's 48.
I didn't get, okay.
The show was Alaska Daily, and yes, she was pregnant during it.
There we go. Yeah.
Swank married Philip Schneider in 2018 and announced that she was pregnant with twins in October of 2022. At the time, the actress also shared that she was due on her late father's birthday. So congratulations.
So, statistically now, I wonder how many women, used to be sort of like a riskier proposition.
Sure.
How many women now are in their 40s, early 50s, having kids?
So I talked to, I have a friend who's a fertility doctor, and so she said it's not about carrying the baby so much as that it's producing the eggs and having them. So if she has twins and she did, some sort of IVF, carrying them isn't really.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought that was part of it, but I guess, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
If they're placing the healthy eggs in there and, kind of doing that part of it, then I guess you're okay.
It's funny. I have a friend, Kathy, as well, and she just got pregnant this week with a baby boy, and they were doing IVF. They did IVF with their first child as well. And a lot of it is known in advance. They knew that it was going to be a boy, that it's the embryo is already like 5 or 6 weeks old. The process...
It's wild.
It's just different, and God bless it, because it works for them, and they're going to have 2 healthy kids as a result. But it is different than it used to be.
Well, and the genetic testing, too. I mean, they know everything.
So much. Yeah.
Your child's going to be very stupid.
What? I'm telling you, man, if you've never seen the movie Gattaca.
Oh, yeah.
We're like
That's
this.
it.
We're this close to it.
Babies on demand.
Yeah.
Customized babies.
Yep. In a recent interview with Stellar Magazine, Jennifer Garner admitted that she does not enjoy reading stories about herself or Ben Affleck. She said, I really work hard not to see either of us in the press. She did. It doesn't make me feel good, even if it's something nice about one of us. I just try to forget that I'm out there in any way, and the same with anyone I love. I don't need to see anyone in my family made into a meme. Of course, Ben became a meme on multiple occasions. Most recently, he went viral for looking miserable at this year's Grammys with Jennifer Lopez. And the Alias actress said, though, although I'm sure he's quite meme-worthy, yes.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
I would love to have been there when he delivered that address.
Me too.
Well, we are actually not aware of the Skull Sealer.
Our friend Charlie Day spoke with Willie Geist on Sunday about his directorial debut in Fool's Paradise, and the film is expected to reach theaters on May 12th. He said, my biggest regret is that Ray, meaning Ray Liotta, is not going to get to see the audience see him. Liotta plays a powerful Hollywood executive in the movie, within a movie, which also stars Ken Jeong, Kate Beckinsale, Jason Sudeikis, Edie Falco, and John Malkovich.
Did this undergo a title change?
I believe so. It was El Tonto, right?
Right. That's what I originally remember it being called.
Yeah, and I think it's been on the shelf for a while.
It has.
For years.
Okay.
So he said Ray would text me every 3 months saying, hey, man, what's going on with the movie we did? And when is it getting out? And I would say, Ray, I'm sorry, I'm stuck back doing It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I have to deliver this season, and as soon as I wrap, I'm going to get back into the editing room, so everything's on hold. But he added that Liotta was really driven, committed, serious about his craft guy, and I feel lucky that he's in the movie. So it's coming out May 12th. So hopefully we can talk to Charlie in the near future.
Ray Liotta is so perfect in Goodfellas. You know, that performance, that was one of his first performances. You know, you can't think of that character as being played by anybody else. But has anyone seen Cocaine Bear? That was his
Not
last
yet.
screen appearance. Okay.
No, I have not seen it. On Sunday, Kathy Griffin shared a photo of herself at the hospital. She wrote, Happy Easter, getting an MRI. She captioned that, post that. The comedian could be seen wrapped in a blanket as she sat in a chair with a mask on. This comes 2 years after she shared that she was battling stage 1 lung cancer. Sharon Stone, who had a fibroid tumor removed last year, commented, got mine last week. So I don't know if it's
A checkup.
if it has to do with that or not.
Yeah, I believe it does.
According to Entertainment Tonight, Khloe Kardashian shared support for the father of her 2 children, Tristan Thompson, when it was announced on Sunday that he officially signed with the LA Lakers. The Kardashian star liked a post.
Oh, my God.
We're
very happy for you.
That shared the news. It comes after a source told the outlet that Thompson still loves Khloe.
I love you too.
Tristan still loves Khloe and would love to be with her again. The source said he's doing whatever he can to try to prove himself to Khloe and the family.
I bet she's thinking about it. I bet you she's that dumb.
About getting back together?
Yeah. Twice. Got burned twice.
Yeah.
And I think it was tub girls in both situations.
Was it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
You know those tub girls.
All right, this sounds interesting. After apologizing to the Bahamas ahead of a recent treasure hunting scheme, Fyre Fest mastermind Billy McFarland has some seemingly inevitable news for us all that Fyre Festival 2 is in the works.
All right.
Did you watch either of those documentaries, Preston?
Nah.
I watched both of them.
I
did
should.
too.
Nick, you back me up on this. Preston, there is a scene in one of the documentaries. I think it's which one is the less flattering, Nick?
I honestly, they blur.
Is it the Hulu one? Anyway, I mean, this festival is just days away. There is no infrastructure built. There are no tents built. There's no stage built. And he's on a jet ski riding around, and his bar guy who's handling all the booze, or potentially the booze acquisition, says, aren't you worried in the slightest? Not a problem. No care in the world.
Yeah, and he seems fairly self-delusional in a lot of it. And but there's a part of you that doesn't hate him.
He's trying to put on something that legitimately would be awesome for so many people. The thing is, he's completely inept.
You're right, and there's an idea there that seems like it has weight and merit. But he just is an idiot.
Well, they show him a character of him in that Inventing Anna series, and she's the same way.
Yeah.
This person, fake it till you make it.
Yeah,
and that's it.
And just lie, and I'll worry
Fake it
about
till
it
you
later.
make it is perfect. That's exactly what he is.
So McFarlane announced the sequel to the disaster of a music festival that kind of sort of took place in 2017 in a tweet yesterday. Less in the form of a teaser and more in the form of an outright confirmation. In his tweet, he stated that Fyre Festival 2 is happening.
All right. Okay.
While asking those
if you enjoyed number one.
While asking those who read his tweet to pitch why they should be invited. Details are scant past that, with a timeline for the festival and whether or not any musical guests are interested in attaching their names to it are currently unclear.
They end up, the location for it is this former Air Force base, I think, where the ground is all gravel and it's right off a cliff on one side. It's horrible.
By the way, McFarland emerged from his publicity hidey hole last year to apologize to the Bahamas ahead of a treasure hunt referred to as Pirate, P-Y-R-T, in which he announced that he would be hiding 99 bottles across the globe, and each bottle will have its own set of clues and treasure that hunters can find. In response, Aviation Chester Cooper, Bahamas Minister of Tourism, said that the country, quote, will not endorse or approve any event in the Bahamas associated with McFarland, and that he is considered to be a fugitive.
Well, that doesn't seem like they're working together.
That doesn't sit well at all. It was sad to see this story this morning. The award-winning Mad Magazine cartoonist Al Jaffee has died. He was 102 years old.
So, we're you and I are the only. Did you guys ever read Mad Magazine?
No.
Did you? Yeah. Love Mad Magazine.
The only thing I would do is when I would go to Acme, I would go find the Mad Magazine. I would take the back cover, fold it in to see what the picture looked like.
Casey, that's exactly what Al Jaffee did. That was his job.
Yeah.
Few of the magazine's self-billed usual gang of idiots contributed as much as Jaffee for decades. Virtually every issue featured new material by Jaffee. His collected fold-ins was enough for a 4-volume box set published in 2011. The premise, originally a spoof of the old Sports Illustrated and Playboy magazine foldouts, was that you started with a full-page drawing and a question on the top. You folded 2 designated points toward the middle, and it produced a new and surprising image along with the answer to the question.
Loved them.
The fold-in was supposed to be a one-time gag, tried out in 1964 when Jaffee satirized the biggest celebrity news at the time, which was Elizabeth Taylor dumping her husband, Eddie Fisher, in favor of Cleopatra co-star Richard Burton. So Jaffee first showed Taylor and Burton arm in arm on one side of the picture, and on the opposite side, a young man, a handsome man being held back by a policeman. You fold the picture in, and Taylor and the young man are kissing. The idea was so popular that Mad editor Al Feldstein wanted a follow-up, and Jaffee devised a picture of 1964 GOP presidential contenders Nelson Rockefeller and Barry Goldwater that, when collapsed, became an image of Richard Nixon. He was also known for snappy answers to stupid questions,
which I loved,
which delivered exactly what the title promised. So he was a writer as well, not just a
ton of stuff,
an illustrator. He did not just satirize the culture; he helped change it. His parodies of advertisements included such future real-life products as automatic redialing for a telephone, a computer spell checker, and graffiti-proof surfaces. So he came up with that stuff before it was ever invented.
Mad Magazine is one of those magazines where I remember exactly who introduced me to it. It was Justin Uberti, and there was a little bit of naughtiness attached to Mad Magazine, and I was like, probably 12 or 13 when I started reading it, and it was one of those things like, oh, this is I don't know if I'm supposed to have this or not.
My progression was, and so Preston, the competitor to Mad, came later, was Cracked magazine. So it was Mad and Cracked. I would get both. Mad was, I love the movie parodies, amongst other things. And then at a certain point, you would progress over to National Lampoon.
Yeah.
Which was the, college.
Real adult version of it. Yeah. No, it was the first magazine subscription I ever had.
Yeah.
It was Mad Magazine, and I just absolutely loved it.
There was something joyous to, like Famous Monsters of Filmland. I used to get Starlog. These were subscriptions I had. Argosy and Heavy Metal. Remember Heavy Metal magazine?
I remember Heavy Metal, yeah. That was naughty, too.
That was naughty.
Boobs.
Yeah, boobs.
By the way, Jaffee's admirers range from Charles M. Schultz of Peanuts fame to Far Side creator Gary Larson to Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, who marked Jaffee's 85th birthday by featuring a fold-in cake on the Colbert Report. He received numerous awards, and in 2013 was inducted into the Will Eisner Hall of Fame. The ceremony taking place at San Diego Comic-Con International. But what a life, 102 years old.
Yeah, good for her.
And what a talent, and so much great, entertainment for years and years and years. So sad to see him go, but he lived a hell of a life. Another passing, Entertainment Tonight reports that As the World Turns star Elizabeth Hubbard passed away over the weekend. She was 89 years old. Her son.
Familiar with her, Kathy? Were you not As the World Turns?
No, that was not me.
Was that you, Preston?
No, it was All My Children in General Hospital.
I was guiding
all my
light.
children. I was all my children.
kids.
Yeah, All My Kids. That's what we call it, yeah. Jeremy D. Bennett shared the news Monday via Facebook saying, I'm sorry to say with a broken heart, my mom passed away over the weekend, he wrote. Thank you for being an unmovable rock that guided me through my life. In honor of your memory, for as long as I live, love and prayers. Hubbard's cause of death was not yet known. Martha Byrne, who starred as Hubbard's daughter on As the World Turns, took to Instagram on Monday to honor the late actress. In addition to that show, she also had roles on The Doctors, Hope and Faith, Center Stage, and Ordinary People.
Her daughter posted a touching message on Instagram that said New Jersey Black Rock.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was just...
Never forget.
What an honor.
What an honor. I was happy to see this. Deadline reports that a Stranger Things animated series is in the works at Netflix. Stranger Things co-creators Matt and Ross Duffer told the outlet, we've always dreamed of an animated Stranger Things in the vein of the Saturday morning cartoons that we grew up loving. And to see this dream realized has been absolutely thrilling. We couldn't be more blown away by what Eric Robles and his team have come up with. The scripts and artwork are incredible, and we can't wait to share more with you. The adventure continues.
The question will be, does it weave completely into the live action storyline, or is it a secondary story?
Yeah.
I'm very curious.
Very little information available on that as of now, but I hope they keep it I hope they don't go Scooby-Doo on it.
Right.
A little too goofy.
No, that's my fear, is that they do maybe something a little bit more anime.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So we shall see what ends up happening with that. I have some Bachelorette news.
Oh, okay.
So let me see what I got here.
I love you.
According to E! News, I love you too. According to E! News, the rumor mill is going when it comes to former Bachelorette Taisha Adams and Summer House star Luke Gulbranson dating. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I love me.
Okay. On Sunday,
I love you, vagina.
Katie Joy, Katie Joy Thiel Veruti?
Are you just saying names?
No, I think I'm just saying sounds at that point. Katie Joy Thiel Veruti shared a group photo
Veruti very much.
to her Instagram page showing the two reality stars
Young Kong Kong.
holding hands. Have we kicked around the idea of Nell being
Nell's the Bachelorette?
Oh my God.
Yeah. She instead of giving you a rose, she pees in your hand.
No, when I first met you, I knew I was going to fall hard for you.
You have to step forward with your hands cupped together.
I don't know if I want to win this.
If she pees in your hand, you get to stay.
That means whoever wins gets peed on the most.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. So anyhow, these two may be a couple. I don't know.
When we ate that raccoon in the back of the van, I fell hard for you.
Taisha Adams and Luke Gulbranson.
All right.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
There's hope for us all, folks. Let's see, I skipped a couple things. Let me go back to all right. She died. He died.
There's been a lot of deaths.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people die.
Okay, here we go. Rosanda Chili Thomas didn't hold back when it came to her romance with Matthew Lawrence while speaking with Page Six at Variety's Power of Women luncheon recently. Oh.
It's Chili.
Yeah, Chili from TLC.
What's her first name?
Rosanda. Her name is Rosanda Thomas. I did a little research on TLC recently because when I was in Top 40 radio, TLC was huge, gigantic. I actually went to see them a couple times. There was really good shows. And so I kind of liked them. And there's a Lisa Left Eye Lopez documentary that's coming out.
Oh.
So I went back and just dug a little bit around their names because I never realized why they got their nicknames.
No, neither did I.
T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili.
Yeah.
And it had to do with the fact that a couple of them were in a band previously that was called TLC, and it was because of the group members' names started with those letters.
Oh.
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
And so when they brought Chili on board, when they brought Rosanda Thomas on board, they needed a C. And so they just made up a nickname for her. They made up the nickname Chili. That's where it came from. It was literally just made up.
All right, what's your favorite TLC song?
Wow. I mean, Waterfalls is pretty
right?
awesome, yeah.
You're not even talking if you're not talking Waterfalls.
Come on, man.
Yeah, my fraternity brother, Jay, he listens to the show. He watched Andre Rison's house burn to the ground.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he lived right across the street from him.
No kidding.
In Georgia, yeah.
Did they refer to that in Ted Lasso? I think they did with the burning down of the house. Like
Maybe.
That's a goat move.
So she had, and I read a little bit about that too. She had apparently he was kind of like abusing her.
Yeah.
He was abusive to her, and she got really pissed off and took his shoes, his sneakers, and put them in a bathtub and lit them on fire.
That's what happened.
And then it got away.
Yeah,
And
she didn't try to burn the house.
the house burned down. It was a big ass house, too, man.
But if she stands now as the symbol for a woman wronged in a relationship.
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
she was killed in a bizarre car accident
know,
in South
yeah.
America. It was really
in
weird.
Honduras.
Yeah. It was in Honduras?
I believe so. Yeah, because I just remember that happened like right before. I think it was in Tortola, and because basically the van that she was in just
It was Abu Dhabi.
Was it? What's the difference between? No, but anyway, I just remember driving through these tiny little island streets, and I just kept thinking of Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Yeah. It's it ain't safe. All right, and in fact, I don't want to go
It's
on
a
and on.
brutal death, though. I mean, Casey was Honduras. She swerved to avoid a truck, then sharply to the left, tried to avoid an oncoming car, and then the vehicle rolled over several times and then hit several trees.
Jeez.
And like a couple of years before, she was in a car where a kid was killed.
Also in Honduras.
In Honduras, it stepped out in the middle of the road. It's really weird.
Go to Honduras.
Probably a good idea.
Abu Dhabi.
Or Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, well, go there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They appreciate the Flintstones.
All right.
So Matthew Lawrence and she were
Let's
dating.
go back to this. Yes.
Right. And he's
So-
the guy from Abington who's Joey Lawrence's brother.
That is
Yes.
correct.
Whoa.
And so she didn't hold back when it came to her romance with him. She said, I'm here with him because I want to be and he wants to be. We're just so happy.
We assume that.
We really are. The singer added, I honestly didn't think that I would experience what I'm experiencing now, and I was okay with that. She said.
She was always my personal
thought she was
taste,
prettiest.
the cutest of the collective.
She's the one I had the biggest crush on,
Right, yeah.
definitely. So.
And that's my favorite Lawrence brother.
Is that your favorite Lawrence brother? And he was in Mrs. Doubtfire?
Yes, and
He was-
Boy Meets World.
The son and Boy Meets
Yeah.
World. Okay. All right. Glad we're all up to speed on
Got to
all of this.
know where you stand on the Lawrence family.
That's what we do here. All right, so Donkey Kong is one of Nintendo's earliest villains, but now he takes on the role of a good guy in the Super Mario Brothers movie. And here, Seth Rogen discusses his experience of being pitched the role.
With animated movies, honestly, often you're rarely even given like a full script for some reason. I don't know why, because there always is one. They just don't give it to the actors. And I've made them, and they're like, should we give the actors the script? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, we don't usually do this. I'm like, just give it to them.
Well, I don't get the brain man cold, but they're.
Super Mario Brothers movie is in theaters now.
And it's killing at the box office.
It is. Air follows the story of the iconic sneaker and its journey from an idea to a multi-billion-dollar business. And in this clip, director Ben Affleck talks about the film right here.
I think it's important to point out that this is not, particularly given that one of the themes of both the movie and the company that Matt and I started, it really kind of centers around appropriately compensating people for what they do, for their contribution, and valuing them, that this is not the Michael Jordan story. He's in fact not even in the movie. For one thing, I thought it would be too difficult to get the audience to believe that anyone other than Michael Jordan was actually Michael Jordan.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Air is available in theaters everywhere now.
I thought it was hilarious. I was watching an interview with Matt Damon, Preston, and when people, I forget who the interviewer was, they said, when they call out to you, what do they usually say when you're like in an airport? And he goes, Matt Damon.
Oh,
He goes from
really?
Team America. And he started laughing. He gets that all the time.
I love it. All right, there you go. Your entertainment report for this Tuesday morning, April 11th. Welcome to the program. If you're just joining us, we have a lot happening today. We have concert cash, the keyword, 2 times today. Your opportunity to win $1,000 and tickets to the MMRBQ, which we announced the lineup of yesterday, and on sale date and all that stuff. By the way, tickets go on sale this Friday. But all the information is available at WMMR.com. We're going to do it 5 times total today. We get the first 2 at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m., so listen up for your chance to win. We're also going to have actor Chris Davis, who is playing George Foreman in the George Foreman biopic, which is coming out on the 28th. He'll be here in our studio around 9 o'clock. And we also have, if you're a John Lennon or Beatles fan, May Pang will be on the program.
Yeah, I watched that documentary about the whole experience and the time she spent with John Lennon. I thought I knew just about everything. There's a ton of stuff I didn't know.
So they were companions. They were lovers for a while. And she's going to be at City Winery this weekend. So we'll talk to her in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's take a break and come back in a second. So make sure you stay with us. A lot happening. Oh, and it's Tat Tuesday. Text word tattoo to 39333. could win a Preston and Steve tattoo from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
Who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry the Fourth.
The Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got
of both families are delighted with the news.
What?
Ringo and Betty Hill. Step it up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker.
Tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each kid.
Yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents.
Seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
Oh, I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
And that's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just know that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
What is that?
Give me a little
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we have been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for them?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel looks
comes
scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more
All right.
calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay.
But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace your
the one trade-off.
Yeah.
Mel, replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay, and what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel,
Yeah.
you okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
we should ever.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Yeah, Cheeks is good.
Okay.
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay.
All right,
well,
so
you're
this
doing
is
great.
This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at her.
No, she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, okay, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria crying?
She is.
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for these
and get
guys.
the
So
assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they show
they're
up.
awesome, and they're believe it or not, at the camp out a lot of times kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop, and then when they start talking, it's all right.
Okay, all right. I think we're making strides
I think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead.
A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Victoria
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them.
No,
come
no,
over.
no. You come over.
You go to the clowns. All right,
There we go.
so we're gonna a group hug. Look at this.
Wow.
Get a picture of this. This is wonderful.
It worked.
That was special. Victoria?
Okay.
All right, Victoria's going to do it. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry.
No, Mel, you're fine.
All right, so Victoria's getting in. She's actually smiling. And she's closing her eyes at the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. Let me ask Mel, would you like to do it or no?
Sure.
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it.
We're making friends.
We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're doing a great job.
Oh, yes, that was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to ask.
Yeah.
Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are you really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the band Fozzy. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Earlier this morning, Kathy had a story in the news I think needs to be reiterated for people because the FBI has warned consumers against using free public charging stations.
Yeah.
Saying that thieves are hijacking public chargers and can infect devices with malware or software that can give hackers access to your phone or your tablet or your computer, whatever you plug in.
Juice jacking, right?
Charge it. They call it juice jacking.
Wrong one.
Which one were you going for?
It should be right here. Hold on a second.
Something about jacking it, probably.
Yeah. I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay. So they said that bad actors have figured out ways to use public USB ports to introduce malware and monitoring software onto devices.
So I've always been leery of, stuff like this and going on a public Wi-Fi, like free Wi-Fi. Not initially, I'd say, oh, this is great that they have it, but then stories start to come out. Like if you're like at a Panera or whatever, and they had their own Wi-Fi thing. Now they say it's problematic because of stuff like this, people gaining access to your computer and putting in malware and taking control, holding your computer ransom.
So just using Wi-Fi networks?
Yeah, they can gain access. A public Wi-Fi setup, like in a cafe or something, can be problematic.
How widespread is that? I haven't heard anything about that.
I mean, the what they're saying, the alert was like, and don't forget, don't ever log on to a public Wi-Fi. So
I get admonished for doing it. My fiance says don't do that because of this reason.
I think it's one of the modules we had, Nick, for our security thing.
I think you're right, and there are so many precautions, Steve, that need to be taken. Sometimes I feel like if I'm going to be taken advantage of, it's going to happen, and I can try to prevent it as best as I possibly can. But there are only so many.
Oh no, you're right.
Conveniences that I can ignore.
If someone is committed to doing it, they will do it. However, like I don't ever use a free a free offer of Wi-Fi. If there's a log-on step, though, like I did, actually, I can't say that. I used it on the jet when we were flying down to Miami.
You had to pay for that.
But
That's not
pay
free.
I know. Yeah, I know. So I assume that's a level. Am I wrongly assuming that's a level of protection?
Well, I hope so, because how the hell else can you watch porn at a hotel if you don't sign on to their Wi-Fi?
I don't know.
That's the only place that I do that.
That's the only place.
Yeah, and I.
No, you don't do that at home.
No.
It's where your kids are.
That's no.
You don't jack your juice there.
No.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
No, I'm saying that's the only place that I access the quote-unquote free Wi-Fi, although I am paying for it if you're paying for the hotel room. But no, a lot of times when I leave here, when I leave work, and when I leave my house, I turn my Wi-Fi off.
Okay.
Because I think the cell service kind of gets a little wonky because your phone doesn't know if it wants to use cellular or
That's a good
Wi-Fi.
point.
Yeah. So
Yes, a lot of times, and that's a very good point, Case. A lot of times, the jockeying between whether your phone is selecting Wi-Fi and or the cell signal can cause it to seem to operate slower.
Yeah.
So if you just shut one off, you can work better.
You know where that happened for all of us was when we left the airport in Orlando. I had to switch off from Wi-Fi back on a cell phone because none of us could get service for whatever reason around. And so it was jockeying back and forth between cell phone and Wi-Fi. Casey, when it comes to the hotel, for example, when you stay in a Marriott or whatever, and it asks you to join, and there's like this Bonvoy connection, which is I guess their network.
Yes.
Doesn't that seem like that's a little bit of an extra layer of protection?
For me, it does.
Okay.
I don't. But I
don't know.
I also. All of that stuff's well above my pay grade.
Yeah.
So,
I just remain suspect of a lot of it.
Yeah.
But there are some things that I'm like, at a certain point, we all, like, I remember years ago, there is no way I'm ever going to put anything on the cloud. It seems too and now look at, at a certain point, it becomes an impedance to not be doing it.
Yeah, you need the space. You need the storage space. You don't have,
For my porn.
For all of that porn.
I have tons of porn
coming out
pictures.
your ears.
Oh, my God.
By the way, so they recommend carrying your own charger and USB cord.
I do.
And use an electrical outlet instead.
Oh, then I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah,
So you can use an electrical outlet.
Yes.
Also, if you have Wi-Fi at your home, I don't know who doesn't have this not
Now.
protected. No. But like, do you know anybody that has like their Wi-Fi at home is free? Like, if you were to just go into their house, you don't even need a password or anything like that.
I have 2 Wi-Fi accounts, and I have a guest Wi-Fi account, and I have our regular. So if someone comes in, we can give them the guest account. So, and then what we do is we put malware on their devices,
right?
And I download their porn,
right?
Yeah,
no, because
usually it's a different
it's a different kind of porn
that they have.
The world is a smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Because I told you guys this story that there is a Megan's Lister in my neighborhood, and I just thought it was weird because he also drives a pretty recognizable car.
Does it say proud to be on Megan's list?
No, but like I saw him like kind of like going around my neighborhood at one point, and I'm like, what the freak is this guy doing, right? So like I'm literally in my driveway, I'm watching him, and he's just driving like around and parking here, parking there, going around the corner here, blah, blah, blah.
This is
guys who's on Megan's List, and he lives in my neighborhood.
Megan's List is the child
It's a sexual predator list.
Sexual predator, thank you.
Oh, by the way, just a side thing, quickly, Casey. I finished the Jared.
Oh, documentary. I watched it too.
Oh, my God.
As hell.
I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
But anyway, long story short, I thought it was weird, but then I talked to my friend who's a detective, and he deals with this sort of stuff. He goes, dude, he was probably driving around the neighborhood looking for free Wi-Fi to do bad things with because
that's happened.
He's under such scrutiny that he can't do it on his own home Wi-Fi.
Okay.
That has happened where people have had their accounts hacked and people have downloaded child porn. And now that's also an excuse for someone who might have been, but still.
Honestly, it wasn't me.
Leave the protection up that way.
Yeah.
You know what I get? Because I have LifeLock. I get constant updates and alerts about people who are on Megan's List in the neighborhood. and we're in a pretty good neighborhood.
Yeah.
I got a really nice promotional item. I use a painting service, and I'm going to give them a plug. It's First Place Painting. And they sent me and all of their customers this charging device as a Christmas present. And I use it all the time. And so, like, if I'm in the airport and I don't want to use the public charging station or whatever, I got one of these bad boys, and I charge it, like, here overnight or whatever. And then it charges my phone. It even charges my, iPad or computer or whatever. It's a great thing to carry around. And so now
it keeps you off the public.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere there's a potential, anywhere where they're going to, something comes out and it's the new big security thing. Now it's the tapping the credit card and so on and so forth. And they figure out how to break that. And so you're always sort of, trying to be 2 steps ahead of those people.
Hang on. I have John, who works in IT, on the phone. Hi, John. Morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, bud. What's up?
So I work in IT, and one thing that most people don't think to change when they are talking about even their home Wi-Fi is their default setting password on the router. So your router comes with a password on the box itself, and if you don't change that, that's a typically very easy bypass for the right people if they want to do anything malicious to your computers, even on your home network.
So you're saying that the Wi-Fi itself, there's sort of a portal that someone who's perhaps maybe doing service on your equipment would be able to access.
Oh, not even. Like, I think I heard somebody talking about somebody that was driving around neighborhood and, like, stopping at different spots. That person could be using, like, a Wireshark to get the Wi-Fi networks, and then if you're just using your default router box, those boxes, they have the passwords pre-printed on them, and they're pretty much very generic, very easily bypassed, and can very easily be just hacked into, and then they are in your personal network.
Well, just explain, John, specifically, how would one avoid that? What should you look for to make sure you have this type of scenario, and how can you avoid having it be co-opted?
So you can sign into your router, usually with your Verizon account or whatever your
Xfinity usually for us.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever wireless provider you have. If you go into that and go into like the admin account, the password is usually admin, and then you just go in and change your router password. You put in the password that's on the box itself, and then change that to whatever you want.
Well, John, let me ask you, John, because I don't know what I have, but I know that our password was actually. It was chosen by our provider when we first got it. So our password is, I think, Big Thick Rod 6969.
Yeah.
And
is that a good one? Is that safe?
It's a really safe one because there's a lot of,
Yeah.
Well, it's
like,
true, too.
No, that's like the number one first guess.
Yep. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate the heads up. By the way, I saw this story the other day that apparently AI, artificial intelligence, is really good at cracking passwords. The online security company Home Security Heroes ran an AI password cracker called PassGAN through 15,600,000 common passwords to find out how long it would take the program to crack the password. And if you're using any sort of 4-digit password, the answer is instantly. And that quick code cracking continues until you reach a combination of 11 characters and start throwing in uppercase and lowercase letters plus symbols. Uno is a password manager that emphasizes design and ease of use along with security. And overall, 51% of common passwords can be cracked in less than a minute, 71% of them in a day. And it takes under 7 minutes to figure out a 7-character password, even if it features symbols. This is using AI.
So here's what I do. I would always refrain from using the ones that they suggest, their suggested passwords, and I'll create my own. But a lot of times what I will simply do, Preston, is I will rifle my fingers on the keys, making sure I have, whatever I have, a cap, a letter, a couple of numbers, a couple of punctuation marks, because like it or not, the longer you go and the more that it looks like gobbledygook, the safer you're going to be.
Oh, by the way, it says 18 characters are generally safe against AI password crackers.
By the way,
I hate the whole password thing. I hate it.
It's
I despise it. However, I'm also very leery of AI now with all this stuff that I was reading an article about nefarious uses like this, how thieves can apply AI to do things exactly like this. And then we didn't even mention the Allen Iverson aspect.
I know. Man,
now he gets free potato skins at Fridays.
I look forward to retirement because I feel like when I retire, I will actually be able to like go off grid and like maybe even just go back to analog because
You see
this
all
stuff
those
is just
senior
so
citizens
frustrating.
living out in the woods.
I know. Not off the
I know
grid
what you
like
mean,
that,
though.
but
Yeah. By the way, do any of you just are there some people who just will change their password every single time just to?
Well, sometimes you have to. Like some of the
They force
devices,
you to.
yeah, like this, our work computers. You have to come up with a new password, and it can't even be related to the old password. And so I have to write it down. And it, one time it was John Brazier because John was in the room, and I was like, oh, all right, I'm going to use John Brazier as my password. It's not that anymore. I've since deleted that one, but I needed to come up with a new one, and I was like, yeah, I guess John will fit the bill.
You know what happens is you get into one of these, and I consider myself very secure, but at a certain point, it's like, oh, the hell with it. If they're going to figure it out. If they're that desperate to get into it, they're going to get into it.
It's exhausting.
Just make sure that you print up some of that porn so you have it in case.
Print it up?
I got a binder
just so
over
you
here.
have something to tide you
Keep
over
some analog
until
porn.
you can get back online.
Yeah,
Available.
Casey, speaking of going off the grid, you're going to need that binder of porn.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
By the way, somebody had texted in, and we were asking this question out loud earlier in the news, wondering if this would affect things like electric cars and Teslas and things that tap right into a charging port.
To be hacked into, yeah.
This isn't quite that. This isn't hacking into that, but electric car drivers are being warned about the increasing risk of charger thefts, with replacements costing hundreds of dollars. Thieves are starting to steal electric car chargers, which motors plug in at home to save going to the public pay-as-you-go points. The cables are sometimes stolen from the vehicle's trunk, but can be removed at a charging point if the car is unattended. And the scrap value for material in a cable may be worth around $62.
So I was talking to a person, Preston, over the weekend. This is off the main line. Bryn Mawr has a house but does not have a garage. So has the charging cord
outside,
and it got stolen.
There you go.
Yep.
So these are the new catalytic converter thefts that are probably going to be happening.
Absolutely.
Secondhand chargers are being sold for around $248.
So he told me on his car system, that's where he keeps his porn. And this became a big issue.
Oh, my God. Oh,
Does he use the binder system? Or?
I'm going to recommend it. You're going to need to go analog, buddy.
Go back to the binder system.
You remember the Battlestar Galactica conundrum, Preston, right? They remained analog.
Yes.
And that's how they were able to keep their porn.
That is correct. Let me go to, we have a cyber crime detective on the line. His name is Charles. Do we have some
Please
detective,
do meet you.
detective music, please, so we can have him? All right, here we go. Hi, Charles. Good morning. Gadzooks to you. All right, you wanted to weigh in on some of this stuff?
Yeah, I think the number one thing that people can do, realistically to help themselves is just use different passwords for all your different devices and accounts that you're using. One of the biggest things that we see is people get their accounts compromised because they use a simple password, but they use it for all different kind of things, like their Netflix, their Amazon. So once, hackers are able to get a data breach on one site, they use something called password cramming, where they just try it on all different kind of sites. And next thing you know, people are ordering on your Amazon account, your Netflix is getting compromised and stuff like that. So, good cyber hygiene is like the first line of defense that we always warn people.
Charles, that exact scenario happened to a friend of mine, and it's the thing. It's like the person putting 1, 2, 3, 4 as their luggage code or whatever. He used exactly the same password for all of the apps or everything that he was using, and they got into one, and they got into everything.
The issue is, though, Charles, I've got like 50 things that require passwords. I mean, it's not just streaming networks and stuff like that. It's certain applications or, even like, I don't know. There are a ton of small things that I will use that require passwords. It's just too many,
I definitely feel your pain. It's, in law enforcement, we have a ton of databases, and all of them have different passwords, different requirements. Some need upper, lower, special characters. There's things called password managers that you can use for your phone, and a lot of them are offline, so they're fairly secure, where it restricts your ability. It's not syncing up with the cloud, but you can put your different services in there and put your passwords in there so you can keep them so you're not keeping them. You definitely don't want to keep them written down.
So, Charles, my wife has a small little, it's a device that stores all of her passwords. It has a little keyboard on it. It's not online. She just makes sure that she stores everything in that, and you can back it up. So she can back it up like on a zip drive. So that's the place where all of her passwords will reside. My question to you is, so like on my MacBook, they have the finger ID on the actual MacBook itself. It's one of the keys, so I can put my index finger down. Thumbprint readers or fingerprint readers, are they a viable option for stuff like this?
That it depends on the device. A lot of that stuff is stored locally and does not sync with the cloud. So something like that would be secure in the sense that it's not actually leaving your device, and there's not a chance that it can be replicated by someone else unless they're physically present at your, device where you're at. But like we're seeing a ton of it with like cryptocurrency where folks are getting involved in Bitcoin and they might be on an exchange, not going to mention any of them, specifically, but they put a lot of money in there. Their retirement savings, things that they're socking away for, later on in life. But they put kind of a weak password, and within a day or two, the money is 1 or 2 hops. It's in a wallet in India or Pakistan or a place that doesn't respond to U.S. legal process. So it's really frustrating sometimes when you have to call people and say, like, look, there's not a whole lot I can do about your $170,000. Like, it's gone. I can see it. You can trace that crypto, but we're never going to get it back because they're in countries that don't respond to U.S. legal process.
Charles, I want to go back to the thing you had mentioned. What was the password manager that you were talking about?
There's a bunch of them. Yeah, they have them for Android and iOS, and you can unlock it. It's like an app, and you unlock it, and then you can put in there all your different services and passwords and things like that. So it keeps them all, and most of them do not sync with any kind of a cloud service.
That's
so they're
right.
local,
Now, do you need a password to get into that?
Yes, you do need one.
What do you do with
wait
that?
A second. No, wait a
Where
second.
does that go?
Charles, can't you use your facial recognition to be
You can do that too. Yes, most of them will allow you to use Touch ID or
Preston.
your Face ID.
So your facial recognition will be your pass, so you won't have to keep a password. Your face is your pass.
Or you Somebody can take a picture of me and hold that up to the camera.
By the way, on the new iPhones, and so glad you're on, Charles, it used to be that you could do that. Now, when you look at your iPhone, it simply, you still have to go through the process. In other words, you couldn't hold this phone up the way it is now up to someone who's sleeping and gain access to the phone.
Right. It requires a little bit better 3D points of. In the early Face ID, yes, it was kind of flawed, and there was, I believe, a Russian hacker group that was able to 3D print a model of someone's face and bypass someone's phone.
Sons of bitches.
I'm telling you.
Russian.
They always find a way.
How do you go to sleep knowing your porn is safe?
Yeah. That's what we need to find out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Charles. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right, take care.
It's a lot. It's a lot to get. I bet you, Charles.
Cyber detective.
I bet you the work has never been better for Charles with all these devices out there.
Speaking of thefts and so on, let's go to something a little bit more tangible as opposed to digitally stealing things.
Physical porn.
Yeah, no, not physical porn. A Georgia realtor highlighted a convenience that some builders are adding to new construction homes. This is a woman named Lexi Blevins, who is a realtor, and she said they're creating what are now called package doors. They're starting to become a trend to keep online deliveries safe from rain, snow, and porch pirates.
And this is part of the new construction wave. So think of it. It's looking at a couple of pictures that I saw, Preston. It kind of looks like a modified foyer.
Yeah. So some people said that's just the people are commenting. They're like, that's a vestibule.
Right. Yeah.
They've made those for a long time.
Right.
This is nothing new. I was thinking of like a smaller version, like, not, well, actually here we're looking at one that does look smaller. That makes a little bit more sense to me. But she had said in the video showing it, it says, this is your package area. She said, you standing This door locks securely from the inside, so your Amazon guy can have the code to your secondary door, and all of your stuff can just stay right here. That's what she says in the video.
On your Amazon account, do you have a specific your specific location? Do you have specific instructions as to where you want things placed?
No.
I do. So I have, if it's of a certain size, I have it to the side of the porch. If it's, and they're very good. I mean, they do pay attention to that. I know a lot of them have to deal with like codes when you're punching in to get into a place. And then they also have those Amazon drop area. Your son works for Amazon.
He works for a place called Lightspeed, and they deliver Amazon.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there are those Amazon drop-off points and stores and stuff because the porch pirate stuff is just infuriating.
Yeah. So I think this makes sense. Yeah. Absolutely. The pandemic, it says in this particular story, triggered a massive uptick in online ordering, and at the same time, porch pirate piracy skyrocketed. So they're starting to consider this as part of new construction options. I think it's a pretty good idea.
They also sell a replica of the guy from The Hills Have Eyes, the bald guy.
Oh, okay.
And you can just put him by your front door.
And that'll scare porch pirates away. So a user pointed out, said, yeah, this is known as an enclosed foyer, popular since the 1800s. Another one says, in my 1920s home, we call it a vestibule. But many TikTokers love the idea.
Well, the difference is also how you gain, if it's just your regular door or your regular house code, you're not going to give that to an Amazon driver to have that second level that they can access.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
Exactly. But then how long before they give it to a friend of theirs that's going to come
robs
in
your
and
blind?
I don't know, man. Who knows? But that might be something to consider if you happen to be, designing a home with an architect or whatever. Maybe consider that as an option down the road a little bit, because clearly. It's more and more common to get a majority of your shopping done that way.
I know for a fact that Lowe's and Home Depot sell large, basically looks like a half a tool shed that you can put, in the front of your house with a lock code.
Okay.
And that can serve as where they put the packages.
Yeah.
Without having to add on a foyer. Vestibule.
Speaking of new homes and development and stuff like that, I also saw this, and then we'll take a break because we got to get ready for the concert cash coming up in a moment. But a real estate development in Tempe, Arizona, is touting itself as the first car-free neighborhood built from scratch in the United States. The development is called Cul-de-sac Tempe. And it broke ground in 2019, appears to be chugging along with the first batch of apartments close to being finished. Once the first residents arrive, they will be banned from bringing their own cars, or at least parking them on site or in the surrounding area. The community will still make ample use of cars, but in the form of ride shares via Lyft and car sharing via Envoy.
So the cars are...
Which is a community-based electric car sharing service and platform.
So they park the cars in this off-site lot, and then a tractor takes them to their home.
Not a tractor, no. It would be an electric car sharing service platform.
Okay.
I think this is intriguing. Personal cars will not be allowed, which means that Cul-de-sac Tempe will not have to devote any space to parking, creating ample open space for a large dog park and pool and other things like that.
And porn.
And they have access to over 100 scooters, over 1,000 bike parking spots, and free rides on the metro in the area.
Interesting.
I like that.
I'm going to have to see it
you
in practice.
choose to live that way.
Yes, if that's your desire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just...
I want tractors.
We were all just on vacation last week, and I was in a place where you didn't need a car.
Yeah.
And it was really nice to not have a car for a stretch. We could walk everywhere we needed to go, and I'd be intrigued by a process, especially like when you retire and you don't need to go long distances.
So it says here the idea of the 15-minute city, which is an urban area where residents can reach all of their daily needs, such as stores, work, school, cultural sites, within 15 minutes by bike, on foot, or personal mobility device, has been gaining popularity recently. Tempe Cul-de-sac is claiming to be 3 times as good as that ideal, calling itself a 5-minute city.
You're in 15-minute city now.
Passenger vehicles are one of the biggest contributors to worsening air quality in the U.S., and projects like this are attempting to help people move away from personal car usage by giving them another healthier option, which may see those trends start to reverse. So,
how's your neighborhood for you don't have a lot of through traffic in your neighborhood, do you?
Not through traffic, but it's a big neighborhood. There's like 300 houses.
Okay.
So we have a fair amount of neighbors that drive, from one end of the neighborhood to the other.
Still throwing cheese on the cars?
No, they haven't been throwing cheese on the cars for a couple of years.
Okay.
Which is good. But we have a lot of golf carts in our neighborhood.
Well, there's a golf course right across the street, right?
So so a lot of people do travel around by golf cart. But I think that would be pretty cool. It would be more open area, and since being a part-time resident at the shore now, biking is more intriguing to me. I like it.
So
it's fun.
You could actually just spend the weekends out in front of your house mime cleaning a car.
Oh yes, just pretending to clean your car, to wax it, and so on, and saying hi to your neighbors.
Hey,
I think I would get annoyed with this pretty quickly, though, because when I want to leave the neighborhood, I just want to be able to get into my vehicle and go and not have to
Where
travel.
are you going?
Yeah.
You sold your Vespa. Stay at home.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the equivalent of like when I got this recliner that was an electric, I was like, ooh, electric recliner, this is going to be great. But then when I realized...
Takes forever to sit up.
Yes! When I just want to get up and get a cup of water,
This is so slow. Oh, my God.
What kind of recliner?
My dad has one of those.
Yeah.
They
It
take a
doesn't
long
move
time.
fast
It
enough.
does not.
Some
It does not.
sectionals
You're
are
talking-
sold. Some sectionals are sold that way too, where it's a button that you hit rather than the manual pull the cord or pull when you do the pull the cord or the handle, it automatically
bounce right up.
It's right up. But when you do the I don't have time to wait for this.
I want to stand up.
I gotta poop.
A case. Mine, we tested ours. We have a couch that has, a part of the couch is that recliner, and it gets pretty fast. But a lot
It's
of times,
not as fast as
the manual. It's not fast enough for Casey.
Just when you want to do it like man, and then also it had the little ports that you could put your phone charger in. Those things broke like a week into it. Like I'm like this.
Casey, what angle does it have to get to before you'll get out of the chair? Like a 45-degree angle?
You know what? I got rid of it. So thankfully, the charging ports failed on me. So I was able to like call the furniture company and go, I just need a new recliner. And,
okay.
With
a handle.
Give me the other one. Yeah.
Do we add something to the very top of the list of first world problems?
Yes. Yeah.
My recliner's too slow.
This electric chair
recliner
doesn't make me stand up
is
fast
too
enough.
slow.
Nick, to your point, I've had to get up quickly, and then it's basically no man's land because you're going to now go off on the part of the recliner that's not meant for you to sit on.
Sure. Yeah.
And so when you do that, the whole thing rocks forward.
Yep.
And like you see cats launching to the.
And then you don't want to lean over to hold the button down to
That's
close it all
exhausting.
the way.
Yeah.
That's like doing a squat.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I want to stand up.
We had a fun segment where we talked about our first world problems, and
I
this
loved
guy
it.
called in, and I think about this all the time. And he
Chicken
goes,
sandwich?
The chicken sandwich!
What was it?
When his Chick-fil-A sandwich is too thick. When his piece of chicken is too big. I'm like, oh my God, I know exactly what you're feeling.
We need to do that again. Sometime in the very near future. We need
Yeah,
to do that.
it makes you. Well, we need to get
Listen.
someone from a third world country to describe their.
Yes.
I have to walk 11 miles for a drink of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, my recliner's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, our phone lines are starting to light up with people and the issue with the electric recliner.
Oh my God.
But we have to take a break. I don't know what
We
to
can
do.
revisit at some point.
I really want to go to these phone calls, but we have to take a break.
Not unless you want to take it straight through.
We can if you want.
No, we got
No,
two interviews
we got-
coming up
all
and all
right.
that, so we need to take a break. All right, anyhow, we'll get back to it another day. Your electric recliner issues on the Preston and Steve Show. We get to hard-hitting topics on this program, folks. We're going to take a break. Don't forget, we have a chance for you to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. It's Tattoo Tuesday. Text word tattoo to 39333. And you might win from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. When we get back, Bizarre File and
Memo.
I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that
everywhere
cow.
you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. And wasn't sure what to expect. I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is. Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book. The only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious, and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the front man, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this, at least the very nature of our show is that if, over the years, we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. Go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America.
Yeah.
They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys, I used to
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
It was a thing
Years
that we
ago,
would-
it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have, well, do you want to hear the winner? Or, yeah, let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
but
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard it. I'm ready to talk to her, and I cannot see her listening. What was that? I said I can't see her listening. Yeah, let's load Heard her. Sound good to me. You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true.
She just gives up.
God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing. To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
looking at a still shot of her.
She's
with
a Miss
her-
America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready? Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna work the road and ride.
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like
you might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist actually,
And they're gonna
give
do
me
a
the shot. Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even gotten to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life I love the best.
Oh my God.
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Right. Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atensio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year, and going to Disneyland, the Disneyland. There was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were. You, as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't
It was
believe it.
just mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm.
And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs. Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atensio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagineering unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atensio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a soundstage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I
that
can't see.
the boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear, and I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Every time they come through, they'll see something new. And I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atensio.
A pirate's life for me.
So he wrote this.
Rekindle and char, inflame and ignite, drink up behind your home.
93.3 WMMR.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
And that word would be bank. B-A-N-K. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can either do that on our contest page at WMMR.com. You can enter it via the MMR app, or you can simply text the special contest short code number, and that's 45911. So send the word bank over to 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Winners will get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it's sponsored by Meineke. So again, the word is bank, B-A-N-K. Come and get that money.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
It is brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site. And they also have leaf compost, decorative stone, pavers, and more. Delivery or pickup at residential and commercial markets. Visit mulchthis.com. All right, we'll start with this really disturbing story out of India. Police have arrested a man after he allegedly gifted a music system rigged with explosives which killed the new husband of his ex-lover.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. Ding, ding. One day after their nuptials, the newlywed groom was at his home with family. The groom, 25-year-old Hemendra Marawi, and his brother, Rajakumar, unwrapped a music system gifted to Hemendra and his wife at their wedding.
You stupid rabbit! Like this!
After setting it up and turning it on, the device exploded, by the way.
Just like that.
Both Hermendra and Raj Kumar were killed in the blast that police said was so violent it blew off the roof of the house.
Wow. So it was like a stereo or something, right?
Damaged 3 walls, yes.
Yeah.
5 other family members, including an 18-month-old child, were injured in the explosion.
Jeez.
Hermendra's new bride was at her parents' home at the time of the incident. Both after questioning his wife and other family members, police narrowed in an ex-lover of the bride as the prime suspect. His name was Sarju Markham. He was located and detained at his job. Investigators found that he, by the way, who was already married with children, was upset after the bride rejected his desire for her to become a second wife. He became vengeful after she decided to marry Hermendra by way of an arranged marriage. A day before the nuptials, Markham called the then bride-to-be to try to convince her to not go through with it. He then called Hermendra and threatened him. And police said that Markham had some experience in electronic repair work and had some knowledge of explosives after working at a stone crushing unit, which led him to create the wedding gift bomb.
Man.
Before quitting his job at the stone crushing unit, he stole 250 grams of ammonium nitrate, which police suspected he used to create the explosive device. He also utilized gunpowder that he had taken from firecrackers, gasoline, and several other materials to rig the music system. He had a friend take him to the wedding venue on March 31st, where he placed the wrapped music system under several wedding gifts before departing. That is messed up.
And he was already married.
Messed up, yep. All right, note to self, do not keep nearly $100,000 in the trunk of the car because it might get stolen.
All right.
And listen to how this happened. A man who had stopped his car in Brooklyn to change a tire had a bag with $92,000 in cash stolen from the back of his vehicle while he was changing the tire.
Did it have a big dollar sign on the bag?
I think so. The 32-year-old pulled up around 11 a.m. and started to change one of his car's tires. As he was on the side of the vehicle, 2 men went up to the car, with one of them going into the trunk. That man took a bag that was holding the money, and then police said the pair took off. So I assume they were just grabbing whatever they saw. They didn't know there was. Can you imagine these guys? They're thinking they're getting like clothes or something like that.
Maybe a wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a gym bag or something.
And they come up with 92 grand. One of the men was seen wearing a golf hat and black jacket. The other was wearing a black and white checkered shirt and black pants. And police are investigating and asking people to call in if they recognize the description. A woman, this is a terrible story. A woman and a man stepped into the street in Florida to avoid getting sprayed by sprinklers. And little did they know what would happen. The West Palm Beach Police Department said just after 6 a.m. on Monday, a Kia Sportage was headed southbound. At the same time, 60-year-old Carmen Lewis and 65-year-old Michael Bullen had stepped off the sidewalk to avoid the sprinklers. Tragically, investigators say they stepped directly into the path of the car, and they were killed. Lewis died at the scene, and he was killed. She suffered serious injuries.
Jeez.
Investigators said there are no charges pending, and alcohol and drugs do not appear to be a factor in the crash. Just a horrible accident. They weren't looking. They didn't want to get wet, and they reactively went out into the street and got hit. Horrible. All right, contrary to what you've heard, alcohol and close wildlife encounters do mix, sort of. They just have a nasty outcome to them. The latest example comes from an Instagram post by Turons of Yellowstone.
Yes. Turons of Yellowstone?
Which is great.
Yeah, they're a great site.
Or Taurons, I guess, would be. It's a play on moron and tourist.
And it's not just Yellowstone anymore. That's where it started, but now they're all over the place.
So in this video, there's a couple of guys who appear to be seriously hammered confronting a moose at night under the lights of a snowy parking lot in what appears to be a resort.
Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
So a third man films the encounter. All parties other than the moose engage in the application of some profanity. And this, the guy filming, who also roots openly for the moose, tells the man to leave the effing moose alone.
He's right.
Yeah, why don't you forget the moose?
Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
This prompts one of the drunk guys to quip, "Ooh, is this your moose?" And he goes, the guy with the camera goes, "You guys must be the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life." So the two guys then set about proving him right. One of the guys is going, ooh, I'm getting closer.
Yeah.
I mean, like mocking him like that. I'm getting closer, ooh. And the moose doesn't move. It's wondering how stupid these guys are, and it doesn't wait too long to find out. He goes a little closer. The guys say in each turn, taunting the cameraman, and one of them finally touches the moose. That thing flips around and charges after them.
And they're huge.
They're huge, and its front hooves are just like slamming down. It's trying to stomp on them. So what happens is the footage they go behind a car, and then you can't see it after that. It stops after that. But the guy falls and he slips, and you can hear the guy behind the camera going, "Get him! Get him!"
He's rooting for the moose.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
So both the men disappear behind the car. We don't know the actual outcome of it, but there's little doubt as to which side wins in this particular encounter. Idiots. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file. So it is 10 minutes after 8. That means you've got roughly 5 minutes left to enter the word bank. It is the MMR Concert Cash giveaway keyword. All right, the word is bank, B-A-N-K. So make sure that you do that now, and you just might win tickets to the MMRBQ. Oh, and $1,000 as well.
Whoa!
Sponsored by Meineke. We are going to take a break. When we return, we are going to have May Pang on. She's important in the lore of Beatles.
Yes.
Her and John Lennon were companions. And she's got a documentary out. She's going to be in town at City Winery. So we will talk to May Pang when we return a little bit later on this morning. Actor Chris Davis, who's going to be playing George Foreman in the biopic, will be in our studio. We'll be back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. What's going on in the world of...
We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Confiscate the children and make them slaves.
At the city we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We're beggars and fighters and ne'er-do-well cats. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Allow your love and mummies and dads. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis. The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burned down the town and killed the animals and sexually abused the women.
And ravage and don't get a hoot. Bring up me hearties, yo ho.
Pirate's life.
I think that's
the
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp saying, "Drink up me hearties, yo ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line
Drink
of the
up
movie.
me hearties, yo ho. Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around and visit the Viper room.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly.
Oh.
They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the swat.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait, and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front two little hands, if it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then bam! Nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies.
That's cool.
Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So in general, the smaller
Did
the
they
species,
capture a fly and interrogate him?
the faster its critical flicker. They put a light in front of them.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
They start smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general, the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical
put us to
flicker
shame.
fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
and has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
and
though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How did they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical
I
current.
assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptor.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, so, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How do they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
Well, this
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do. For your fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin
I know.
spice latte.
I know.
And
Yes,
spend.
I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
How about dinner and a fall-themed movie? Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
up?
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bake an apple pie together.
Yes.
okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of like Allure magazine or
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the
for
end
you.
of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
That's just all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasbourg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasbourg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's
No.
out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But
yeah.
case along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got
shoot.
some great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, like raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah, we're
Family
doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely.
All right.
With spice latte, SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look, I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some Silent but Deadlies.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some
penis.
SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but Deadly. SPDs.
DVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is
penis.
something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D-sucking lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee-sucking.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
guys.
We used to say
It's a little
DSB,
bit-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
Happy
DSB.
year.
man.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are right.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, ROMANO.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up, DSL.
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
those
know.
enough,
That's the
but
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. Let's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So, the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yeah.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor
Right.
that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
Alleyways,
In
yeah, yeah.
alleyways. And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
Unusual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh my God!
Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
Actually, physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is
I know.
peak
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Katha. Our next guest is in town this weekend. She's going to be at City Winery Saturday and Sunday. And for those of you who are well-versed in Beatles lore and all things John Lennon, you're quite aware of her story. If you're not, there's a documentary.
I watched it.
That can bring you up to speed on all this. It's a really interesting chapter in the life of John Lennon and in hers, obviously. And she was a companion of John's during what he had called his lost weekend, which was 18 months long.
Yeah.
Kind of a separation from Yoko, but Yoko was a part of that whole thing. And it's a really intriguing story, and I'm very excited that we have our next guest on the program. Please welcome May Pang to the program.
Hello.
Good morning,
Hello.
May. Nice to have you
Good
on
morning.
today. Thanks for joining us.
I'm excited. I can't believe I'm actually in Los Angeles talking to you, so it's really morning. for me.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Oh, sorry about that.
Very early. But I wanted to mention the documentary, which, by the way, is called The Lost Week in the Photography of May Pang. And this, or is that the name of the the name of the show?
The name of the exhibition. The name of the documentary is The Lost Weekend, A Love Story.
There it is. Thank you. And you're going to be in town to, some of your photographs. You're going to be having them available for purchase, which, by the way, I believe, is it free to get into the event this weekend?
Oh, yeah. It's free to come in, to come see it. It's all the photos I took of John during the time that we were together.
Okay.
So this is more like coming out of my the archives. It's at home.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of amazing pictures. You were right there at seminal moments in John Lennon's life and that period of history. It's interesting, May, is that the way Peter Jackson's documentary Get Back made a number of us reconsider Yoko. Yoko was sort of painted as sort of tearing the Beatles apart and during those sessions, and we kind of got to see that maybe that wasn't the case. Wasn't quite true to the legend we had been told. The Lost Weekend made me reassess perceptions I may have had of you and how you figured into. You were much more prominent. I think initially, I know a while ago you'd come out and you were making the talk show rounds, and I sort of became aware that you were setting history right, where the perception of you might have been, oh, there's this woman coming in from the side and breaking up this. None that wasn't the case at all, breaking up a relationship. And the history of it is fascinating. And I wanted to go back to you at the beginning. Your family was pretty strict, and your dad, correct me if I'm wrong, your dad, a first generation from China,
right.
You are a girl, so you were really of no value to him. He adopted a son into the family and then sort of cast you to the side.
That is true. And most of anybody who is a first, I would call myself a Juk Singh. That's a title because we were born outside of the homeland. We're not, and especially a girl, you're not worth anything, really. So my father, people in the family would say, oh, you're not going to go see your wife who just had a daughter? She goes, why? It's a girl.
Wow.
That was not, so I had to fight through that. I had to fight through it.
I'm sure. Did it kind of set a tone for you early on that you could almost be used as a pawn of sorts?
It was. My father didn't care. My mother was the only one that protected me and was always supportive of me. So everything I do and I think about for the women of this world, it's my mother, and without her, I don't know where I would be. She's the one that gave me the strength. And so women are not given enough. I mean, in this day and age, a lot of men are aware, but still not enough. Still not enough.
And so by happenstance, you kind of go to school, but you're motivated mostly by rock. You're a rock and roll fan. You're a Beatles fan. But by happenstance, you go, I'm going to go to New York. I'm going to go and get a job. I'm going to commit myself to it. You pick a building that you want to go into and start, pounding the pavement and look about getting work. And what is in that building?
It's Apple Records. My girlfriend meets me. She goes, do you know what's in this building? And I said, no, what? She goes, Apple Records. I said, Beatles? Apple Records? I said, well, I'm going to go upstairs and look for a job. And she says, what are you, nuts? She goes, you don't have anything. And why are you going? I said, well, I'm at zero. If they say no, I'm still at zero. It's not going to get worse.
Yeah.
So let me go upstairs. So she left me and I went upstairs and asked for a job. At first they told me no, nothing was there. And just at that moment, these doors opened and people filing out. And the woman behind the desk said, she's looking for a job. And this guy said, come back after lunch.
Wow.
And then after lunch, I come back and I'm excited and I'm trying to calm myself. And he says, "Can you type?" I said, "Yes." "Can you do this?" I said, "Yes." I did I said, "Yes." And he goes, "Can you start next week?" I said, "Absolutely." But I didn't know how to do any of those things. But I taught myself.
Wow.
That was the one thing I taught myself how to do everything.
Wow,
man. And at what point did you start to forge a relationship with Yoko and John? When did that begin?
Oh, that began about a year later, a little over a year later. They came into New York City. They wanted to do 2 movies. I had no idea what they were in town for, except visiting the office. So I come in and they said, "You're going to work with them." And I was like, "What?" I'm going to be working. So there was 2 short movies that she wanted to make, which was Fly and Up Your Legs Forever.
These were very avant-garde movies. I remember. I've seen these movies. They're incredibly bizarre, as is the art of Yoko Ono. And so, but there you are. And at this point, the Beatles have broken up for all intents and purposes. Yes. And so, but you're there with them, and you're on the set. It had to blow you away.
I was, and the first thing that ever happened was when Yoko hands me her phone book and says, "Call these people and ask them to come down and donate their legs for peace." So I had to think of a whole thing to tell these people. I'm talking about calling up Jackie. I'm looking at her. I said, "Do you want me to call this person?" It's like, "You're talking about Jackie Kennedy." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, sure. Can you come down and donate your legs for peace?" And, so it's all these types of people that I was like a little intimidated by doing so,
That's amazing, though, that you were, I mean, especially the way you were raised and your dad started dismissing you, that you were that self-possessed that you were able to do it, to soldier through and get on the phone with these people. So they make these movies, like Fly, for example, was a fly crawling around on a woman, a naked woman. And in the documentary, I'd seen this movie. I did not realize that apparently was a heroin addict, right? That they gave heroin.
I did not know till after myself because I was that naive.
Right.
I had no idea.
And so all these weird things that they were involved with, but they really took to you. And so when they leave to go back to England, what happens?
Then I get called because they needed a film, but they didn't want anybody to just, they just couldn't send it over because with the title of the film, which was called Erection. And he, John was on the list of looking at what kind of pornographic film, and it wasn't. It's actually a good film. If you haven't seen it, that's one to see. And I said, "Oh my God." I went over there. I didn't know when I was coming back. And they were in the middle of making the Imagine film, their first movie called Imagine. And I was in it all over the place, going to all the different, and I got a chance to even be with Yoko when she was doing a photo shoot with the great David Bailey, the photographer. Because photography was my thing, and I'm looking at him going, I'm in the same room with this guy.
And you're getting production credits. You're getting in with all these celebrities who are showing up and working in this circle. But the point at which things really take the turn is, from what I understand, things are sort of fraying between John and Yoko overhears John having sex with another woman. And so she sets in motion a plan. What is that plan?
And the plan comes down to about maybe a year later. I mean, it's like, it's still not healed. But everybody that's working just ignores it because we can't do anything. So we're now in the Dakota. And one morning she comes to me and she goes, "I got to speak to you." So I'm thinking it's another thing to do.
Right.
And she says, "John and I are not getting along." And I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And which you could feel the tension in the house if you work there. You just feel it. So I said, "I'm so sorry." She goes, "He's going to start seeing other people." And I'm thinking, "Oh God, another X factor that's just thrown onto our plates."
Right.
So and she goes, "Oh, by the way, I know you don't have a boyfriend. Maybe you should go out with him." And I just sort of looked at him going, What are you talking? I'm not interested. I've been there for 3 years. The last thing I'm looking at is to go out with John Lennon. Not interested. I'm more interested in my job than that.
Yeah.
So he says to me, no, you would be good for him. You'd be nice. You two would be great. And I'm saying, no, we're arguing. She says, "Oh, I think you should." She gets up and walks out of the office. I'm sitting there with just what happened and tears coming down and, not knowing what just happened.
Yeah.
And so as you start to assess it, you're realizing she wants to exert control.
There you go. Yeah.
Over his his extramarital activities and has chosen you to be that pawn. So it's not part of your plan, but John eventually, much to Yoko's chagrin, falls in love with you, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And how long?
That was the whole thing. She did not expect. She thought it was going to be a 2-week fling. That'll be the end. I was not interested, but it was because of John that was pursuing me himself, because he didn't know what was happening either. He didn't know this whole thing was going on. And then after she told him, he's not coming out of his room. So the two of us like on opposite ends.
Huh.
So,
What about your personal feelings for John? Did they develop?
Oh, it took a while.
Yeah.
'Cause, you're not sure. It's like any date. You would go out with a guy. You say, I like him, but, I've been with him for 3 years. I liked him as a person.
Mm-hmm.
We had fun. We used to talk about music a lot. We had a lot in common of that thing. And, he hadn't done a lot. When we got together, I took him on a bus ride. I said, let's go and see New York City by getting on a bus. He found it fascinating. It was only me and him. I would do the driving. I did let him drive when we were in California once on the 101 or the 405, which is not a great place to.
He thought you drove too fast. Wasn't that the case? He gave you, I think, a Barracuda for a birthday gift, and
he gave that to me.
Yeah.
Yes. I know he thought that, but I got to tell you, I thought he drove a little. I'm not sure. So it's equal.
Well, let me ask you. So you're doing this. So a relationship forges, and it becomes more than Yoko had planned on, but she's still sort of controlling. And again, these are moments in time, and in the documentary, something that Preston and I would talk. We're massive Beatle fans, as we all are. And something that always troubled us was his relationship with Julian and the way he seemed to turn his back on his son. Now, there was certainly things that John could have done much better, but I had no idea that Yoko was actually shielding calls from Julian to getting to John. Is that the case?
Yeah, that happened a few times, and it really upset me, knowing my own situation.
Yeah.
So
you were placed in the middle. You were the one that had to, and it tore you up. You're talking about you had to lie to John and Julian.
Yes, absolutely.
But you actually helped, because of this, forge the relationship that they were able to sort of reclaim. Explain how that happened.
Well, that happened. I knew that when we were together, I said, Julian was calling. He knew at one point, Yoko knew at one point that they're going to have to see each other. She never wanted, she says, I don't get along with him. So why don't you, and she's saying, I know you're better off with this. And I said, absolutely. I wanted to be sure. There was no two ways about it that John was going to get involved with Julian. And it also, at the same time, I wanted the relationship between Cynthia and John to heal. They had not even had a closure at that point.
Cynthia's John's ex-wife and mother of Julian, and Yoko was not a fan of that either. And oddly enough, you and Cynthia become very good friends.
Very good friends, and we stayed close until the time she passed. I was at her house in Spain, and we had some laughs. So we had some laughs, and she goes, the truth will come. And she goes, it's up to you now.
Wow.
Man. I do want to backtrack a little bit and just remind people we're talking to May Pang, and she's going to be at City Winery this Saturday and Sunday. It's the Lost Weekend. The photography of May Pang, it's a free event. You can come in, you can purchase the photographs.
Oh, the pictures will blow you away. They're amazing.
And the documentary, The Lost Weekend Love Story, is available now. I wanted to ask about the time you spent living with John, Ringo, Harry Nilsson, and Keith Moon. Talk about a pack of alpha males, except maybe for Ringo.
Yeah.
But that must have been insane.
It was insane. I just, I think about it. John thought that if he could get this group of musicians together, as we're doing the Harry Nilsson album, let's get them, we can all get everybody there on time. Because look at what we're talking about. People don't arrive. John was the one thing that he liked to do when he was at work. He wanted everything to be on time. Everybody had to be there.
Oh.
So you're talking about these musicians. He's thinking they're not going to get there on time. Let's get everybody in, and we'll all go together. And that way, it'll start. So that was the premise of the house. It was interesting. A house used to belong to Peter Lawford.
Yeah.
And of course, that's where the Kennedys used to come out in L.A. And I believe Marilyn Monroe, which John was all fascinated with that. So
were they, May, at that time, were they known as the Hollywood Vampires? I mean, or was it when Alice Cooper joined? Because they were the ones that originated that name, correct?
Yeah, it was. They was already started the talk of it, but they really wasn't said that they were the Hollywood Vampires. Alice was around. We ran into Alice quite often, and it was that group. You know, Mickey Dolenz, Alice Cooper. Then there was John. There was Harry. There was Ringo. But John was considered the honorary member because he wasn't there on a daily basis and wasn't there often.
Now, you're part of one of the quintessential rock legendary moments. Phil Spector was known to carry a sidearm. Tell what happened. Yeah.
That was well, you know, there's so many stories with him. It wasn't exactly an easy one, as I would say, because
we're talking the legendary producer Phil Spector.
Phil Spector, and I mean, I admired him. John admired him. We were doing the rock and roll album. When we were rehearsing, we'd come over to our place where we were staying. And that was producer Lou Adler, who produced Carole King and all that. And we're at his house, and we're staying there. He comes over with rehearsals, and I would say to John every night, "Does he really have to wear his guns?" And we thought that it's got to be blanks, got to be blanks. So we're not thinking. So one day, and this is very famous on this one because it went around. I talked about it. We're in the recording studio, and this sound goes off. I'm the New York City girl. I run towards the sound. Everybody else is ducking under the table, under everything. And I'm going, what just happened? And so I'm standing next to Mother Bertha, who is Phil's mother, who ducked next to me also. And I go running toward the sound. I open the door, and there's John with a finger in his ear going, Phil, if you're going to shoot me, but don't mess with me ears, man. I know
shoot and kill me, but don't make me lose my hearing. That's my bread and butter.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So there's Phil with the gun in his hand, up, pointing upward, and Mal Evans is in the room, and big old Mal was, the Beatles' original roadie.
Yep.
He comes over, and he's like 6'4", 5", and he's towering over everybody, and Phil is short. With his Cuban boots, I'm sure he's about 5'4", something. I don't know, 5'5". So he grabs it and he goes, "You shouldn't have this." He takes the gun out from him, and everybody's, I said, "Mal, what just happened?" He said, we were all standing around laughing, joking, and Phil kept doing something that hit Mal's nose. So all Mal asked him to do was, "Please don't do that. It hurts me. You're hurting my nose." And he backed up and he reached for his holster. And he pulled out the gun, and as he's pulling out the gun goes off.
Wow.
So,
could have killed someone easily.
Exactly. So the next day, John and I are eating, and Mal found us, and he said, "I'm glad I found you." He goes, "Why?" "We're eating dinner." He goes, "Well, here's the bullet from last night." And we both looked at each other. "Bullet? What bullet?" Because we thought they were bullets. He goes, "No."
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right. At that point, did John say, "Let's rethink this Phil Spector thing," or did he just kind of let it go?
He let it go because we just couldn't.
You're recording
think beyond that,
yeah.
And besides, the sessions were taking a break anyway, so it was fine.
Wow.
So we were taking a break, and we never got back to the sessions because Phil then took out tapes, and we couldn't get back to it.
So you're chronicling all this, and these pictures that we're talking about, the photography of May Pang, which are available, astonishing shots, moments caught in history. And you were there at an multitude of incredible times, but another one. So you're in the studio with John, and it had been years since he and Paul had conversed. And then so you're facing one direction, and then you're facing the door, and it opens up. And this is after like 5 years since they've communicated. What happened?
We were doing a playback after the first night of the Harry Nilsson session. And so a lot of people had already left. It's the end of the session. So as he's listening, I look up, and the door's opening, and there's these two figures that's walking through, and it's John and Paul. And John Paul, sorry, it's Paul and Linda.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's early morning.
Right, yeah.
So they walk in, and I mumbled. I said, "Paul, Linda?" And John's facing me. He goes, Paul, Linda. And he turns and goes, oh, hi. That was it. It was as if nothing happened in those years. They were just like, they just saw each other. I hate to use the pun, but yesterday, it really was quite incredible.
And he just asked, and you say in the documentary, he says, you wanna join in? You wanna play piano?
Yeah. Because we'll probably, do a little jam. You want to hang? Yeah, sure, man. But of course, we didn't have a drummer. We didn't have a drummer. Can you imagine that? The 3 drummers, Ringo, Jim Keltner, and Keith Moon, all left.
Oh, no.
Wow. So who decides to be a drummer? It was this guy named Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
So now we don't have a bass player. So somebody from another studio comes running in. And then Stevie Wonder happened to wander in. So all of a sudden it's just like Mal Evans and I play tambourine because Linda's playing, Hammond organ. So we got a few things. And Ringo was upset the next day when he found out somebody broke his snare drum.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And he doesn't forget because it turns out, and I only just found this out a couple of days ago, that it was the reason he was upset. The snare drum is from the 1964 The Beatles, Ed Sullivan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Wow.
Man, no.
That's crazy. Hey, you know what, May, as you know, John was what a complex individual. I mean, and he's one of the most beloved people in my mind. But his he could cut you down in a second. He had a laser sharp wit and sarcasm to him. But he could also be a loving, wonderful, tender, peaceful, amazing human being. Was there a middle space in between those two ends of the spectrum?
You know what? I think no. I think he was given that extreme.
Wow. Yeah.
But he was naive, and when I'm saying naive, I mean really. He was like, really, I didn't know that. Something's really stupid, and and you go, where have you been? or and then the other side, which is, listen, man, don't touch me. I could tell you what it is. And, it's one or the other. But but it was extreme of each side, Yeah,
that's what it seemed like.
So
Yeah.
the recent stuff, when Preston was reporting on these stories about that time when you were with him in California and on the West Coast, and you actually, one day you ended up on the set of Happy Days, and they turn around and John Lennon, and you're all there, you're taking him around. But you see pictures, and you have the pictures of John at that time and Julian, and Lennon looks better than he's ever looked. Everyone reported, and it was kind of the consensus of the stories that were coming out, is that he was incredibly happy. He was out, he was socializing, he felt good. And it seems such a turnaround for him, and it's almost sad that, in a way, I mean, timeline-wise, I'm sure in your mind you consider, what if it had continued on that trajectory?
You're right. And then I had to stop many years ago because you can't go there because it just, the pain is too great to really think that, the emotional pain. Right. But I enjoyed the time, and I have the memories, and you're right. He looked great. His hair grew long. We had our own apartment. Julian, what you're seeing at the Happy Days was the first trip for Julian in several years that he hadn't seen his father. That was that time. So I made it a group trip. So it was easy on John as well, because Cynthia is in that group with me. And so we stayed out. But not only did we walk into, and it was Happy Days just beginning, because you could see the Fonz not even having his leather jacket yet. He was in that real whatever jacket.
Brown jacket, yeah.
Whatever. But we then went on to another set that John and I loved, which was The Odd Couple.
Oh.
We sat through, and we were in the audience watching this.
It blows my mind that John Lennon's sitting in the audience with you watching a taping of The Odd Couple.
I love it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wrap up here shortly, May, but I do have to ask, when your intimate relationship with John ended, was it abruptly, or did you guys have kind of did it fade out a little bit?
They'll be surprised when they go see the movie, because there's a lot of things that get answered, and I don't want to give it away because people will find it. May answers a lot of questions.
I can
Okay.
say this: it made if as you start off in the beginning, if the point is to correct history, and as you're doing with these pictures and these interviews you've done, I have a great appreciation for you, May, and what you provided to John Lennon. As Preston says, we're not blind to the character. We all have character flaws, and but we do. We do look up to the Beatles so much, and so you are in this documentary sheds a great bit of light on it. And your camera was there at David Bowie recording sessions, and when John first met Elton John and struck up a great friendship, all these pivotal moments in that are now the stuff of rock lore. You were there for there.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
But that's why people should go see the movie.
Mhm.
You know who I also spoke to? One of your favorite people in Philly, Larry Kane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's in it.
Yeah. Larry
And
was
he
able.
plays a part in that movie too.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, because Larry, for those who may not know, was when the Beatles first came to America. He was side by side with them in that entire tour. And he was front and center for a huge part of history as well.
There's a great clip of John doing weather on the most prehistoric news set you've ever seen in your life.
I know
and
that, and he loved doing those.
he's
things.
having
I
a
want you to
blast.
know, He would have wreaked havoc with you guys. I'm just telling you now.
Oh, man.
So anybody who wants to go see it, it's at the Ritz downtown, and King of Prussia at the Regal, Plymouth meeting theater.
Yes.
So those are the places that on the 13th they should go, or they should go see it.
Absolutely.
Most definitely. Highly recommended. And also come and see May because she's going to be at City Winery Saturday and Sunday, and the photographs on display and available for purchase. So it's those 2 days only. Well, May, it is so wonderful to meet you. Thank you for this wonderful conversation. You're a delightful person.
I hope you guys have a chance to come by. I would love to meet you guys in person.
Yes, absolutely.
If you can.
Yeah.
I know you guys are busy, but I will be there for the 2 days. I'm there.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much. So let's hear it from May Pang, everybody. Take care, May. It's wonderful talking to you. Wow. She was in the middle of some really cool stuff, man.
If I remember correctly, Larry Kane was there for 2 tours, I think in 64 and 65. And on one of those tours is when the Beatles started hanging out with Bob Dylan. And on that tour, Bob Dylan introduced the Beatles to marijuana. And Larry Kane was in the room when that happened. And he's written at least one book, maybe 2, about his history with the band as well. It's pretty fascinating.
So, Nick, I was telling Preston earlier about there's a part in the movie where they're in the studio recording and they're doing whatever. So he's watching Preston. He got whatever gets you through the night was inspired by, remember Reverend Ike?
Vaguely. I know the name.
A televangelist, and he basically, in one of his sermons, he says, whatever gets you through that night. And Lennon heard that and went with this. So they're recording this. They're in the recording studio, and who's down the hall? Elton John walks in. He goes, "Hey, you wanna sing on this and maybe play a little piano?" And I'm thinking, knowing that song, I'm thinking, okay, the contracts and managers call, and we'd like to have Elton come in. Okay, he's available. No, it's just like organically happening that they're all going to each other's studios. Lennon thought the world of Bowie. Like Lennon thought Bowie was, genius level, and vice versa. But all these things that you think were these arduous things to get these songs completed. We're just sort of, let's take it out for a spin.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's like in the Get Back documentary. A lot of it was just goofing around.
Just riffing around.
That's what they did. They just got together and goofed around for hours and puked out some amazing music.
Isn't it funny, though, that Lennon would be the one, looking at the clock going, come on.
Yeah.
Let's get serious about this.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that was cool talking to May. We need to take a break. I'll remind you it's Tattoo Tuesday, so text word tattoo to 39333. Our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing have a chance for a $350 gift certificate for a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. When we return, we are scheduled to have actor Chris Davis, who will be playing George Foreman. And Big George Foreman, the biopic, with us in the studio. So stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
That delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass
right,
for
is
you.
this because,
Help you pack your ass.
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep.
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it like fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do you know
can
what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever. But
can't you return them?
I guess you
No,
could.
it's just plastic with
hang on.
water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not-
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
And then
No,
no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
But my point is, I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great idea.
wait a
I will
Okay.
bet you
Oh.
a shopping spree that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting.
Well, what does
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You
rip
want to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
Let
down.
down.
me rip
right
the
now.
rest of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got to bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking
are you
news. Don't do
sure?
it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
News. Breaking news. Do.
saying that they've opened those things up, and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show. Wow.
Sex after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be taking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste. Yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff
Harry.
from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh, yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the,
little containers,
Propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your trash
I did get
provider.
my trash delivered this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot?
Sorry, sir.
I'm paying for.
Do you want general trash, or do you want like hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with like large,
boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that made me look important.
All right, sir.
Sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's number one trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, it's Michael Cutlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman,
yeah,
teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where's
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian. You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the.
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? Is this on? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
But
listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season, then I watched every day. And in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix and I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the credit. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no,
maybe,
last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes, and that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where you can't talk about that.
Yeah,
like, bro, it's like
come on, dude.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment. There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like, no, he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does,
and I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters that
That's a good
cared
point.
about these characters.
Because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show. And then I realized that this is it's not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that I didn't have to do that, and then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis,
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
If
A
you had
feudal society?
And how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
Even though you think, this time we'll do it different. And you see through the show, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. The show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because the
show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show, and we laugh at that, but I think it is. You get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of...
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one. Reload! Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlets, guys. It's here for Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As he slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
So it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He was getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
Million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So I said that we were scheduled to have Chris Davis, who's playing George Foreman in the biopic Big George Foreman, The Miraculous Story of the once and future heavyweight champion of the world. We're scheduled to have him at 9:30.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of time.
Fine.
And we'll probably take a break and come back. Is it fine?
I think it's fine.
Okay, it's fine then. All right. So while we have a couple of things that we can talk about, and
Steve, you wanted me to play some clips of Jeremy Renner?
Yeah, it was on Jimmy Kimmel last night. And again, on his I can't believe this guy was just run over by a snowplow tour. He was great. So, yeah, we have some clips if you'd like to cycle through them.
Sure.
The first one up is his current tally of how many broken bones they believe he has.
All right.
You broke more than 30 bones?
Yeah, it's like 30, 35 or so.
35 or so.
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you have to say or so when you're counting up bones you broke?
We kept discovering them as they were going along because it went from critical order of priority of like, what am I going to die from or not? And then, it was 6 weeks later, finding another break and another break and another break. So
Let's put you in Evel Knievel territory.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's like, I got lucky in a lot of ways, so I'm happy to be here.
And obviously, he was concerned about his loved ones and their reaction to this.
One thing I thought about, once I was clear enough, this is still while I was on the ground before the ambulance even got there, is like what my experience was like. But then I had to think about Alex's, because Alex was there during the entire time, and he had to see his Uncle Jeremy on the ground. I had to consider what his perspective was. And then that kept happening with everyone's perspective throughout this entire ordeal. And it's pretty harrowing to take the time to really consider somebody else's perspective. First of all, it's thoughtful, but it's...
When did you start having those thoughts? How far into this?
As I was on the ground. Well, I was there for 45 minutes, so I had some time.
Wow.
Ooh, man.
And then it's funny, and I think we all have had moments like this where he was able to judge the severity of his situation by the look in other people's eyes when they saw him.
All right, here we go.
That's where I sort of found out that I think I was really messed up. Like, I thought I really got injured. I'm like, oh, everybody's acting like this is like it's an open casket and you're living through it. Like, everybody's just walking by, you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was giving me a reaction. Like, oh, I didn't know what to say. I just talked to Chris Evans. I talked to a lot of friends, and their reaction is what made me feel like, oh, I think I'm really hurt myself.
Yeah.
I might not pull out of this.
Yeah.
They're terrible actors. They couldn't hide the fact that I looked awful.
I'm worse at that. When one of my kids would injure themselves, I'm like, yeah, that looks really bad. That's horrible. That's probably not going to...
You're not going to pull it. It's a wait and see right now.
Yeah.
I remember being at, listen, somebody didn't get run over by a snowplow, but I was at my son's wrestling match, and there was like this little stage. A kid fell off the stage. He smacked his face, and he split his face open, and I saw it. He clearly needed stitches.
Yeah.
It was, and the mom started like freaking out, but I didn't want to like sell her a bill of goods.
Right,
Like, oh, he's gonna be fine.
I'm on the radio.
Yeah, no. Well, listen. I mean, I assess the situation.
Yeah.
I've been certified in first aid on more than one occasion, so I kind of have a little bit of a working.
So what'd
I'm
you
not
do?
a doctor, so I just said, I tried to calm her down. I said, he's going to be fine. I said, but you need to take him to the hospital because he needs stitches. You know, and it was just like one of those deals. But and I didn't want to oh my God,
right.
I can see his bone. No, but I had to be matter of fact about it.
That's probably what they tell most of the first responders, right? Yeah.
Rochelle would always swoop in and just be like, "It's fine. You're going to be okay. Don't worry about it." So, blah, blah. And I'd be like, I swear to God, my words are usually like, "Yeah, that looks pretty bad."
That's not good, man.
I can't.
You're
help
hanging
it.
on by a thread.
Yeah.
Caroline went head over heels on a bike one time as we were headed down this big hill in our neighborhood, and boom, road rash hit. It was horrible. And I get her off to the side and everything, and I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty nasty looking. I'm like, oh, why did I even say that? I'm so stupid.
You're going to have to learn to live without a head.
I just don't know. I don't have that in me to lie and say, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
I'm more like, yeah, this is probably going to hurt a bit.
Oh, no, I'm immediate. I'm like, nope, looks good, looks fine. Don't worry about it, nothing. We don't need it.
Go next door and play.
Yeah, no, and then we're like at the hospital. I'm like, we're just going to get it checked out. Like, we're just going to see, and 9 stitches later.
Well, that's what I mean with Jace's appendix. You don't naturally jump to that, right? Yeah. It's not your natural first thought.
No, it's okay. Like, don't worry about it. We're just going to get it checked out because you don't want them to worry.
Yeah. Everything that any sort of significant injury when I was a child, I had to live with for a couple of days before we actually went to the doctor. Like my broken hand. I broke my hand on a Friday. I didn't get it casted until Monday or Tuesday. I had 3rd-degree burns on my leg. I had to literally crawl into this doctor's office because my mom wouldn't let me use crutches. She thought I was amping it up, but like
I don't want to jinx anything. I've not broken any bones. Have you all broken bones?
Oh yes.
No.
No,
Never?
we're in the not broken bone club.
I know, seriously.
Yeah.
Knock on wood, Steve.
Yeah, and I don't know how that.
Well,
by
what
all
about
rights, I should have.
What about your huge
That
injury
was a
from
sprain.
dodgeball?
I was saving a life.
Yeah.
During a particularly aggressive dodgeball game. But as you can see, it's kind of straightened back out again. I don't think it was
Oh my
broken.
gosh, it did.
Yeah.
What we're talking about.
After years, it straightened
Well,
out.
there was a great a specialist from Zurich, a pinky man.
Oh, okay, you went
was
to see him.
Yeah,
I'm a pinky man myself.
I'm the world's leading pinky man. This one went to market.
Well, you're lucky then, because broken bones are not fun.
You've had you, I think, take the prize for you had both wrists broken at the same time.
Yeah, but Nick has the severity.
Oh, that's true.
Because he broke his collarbone.
The collarbone
and my ankle.
And what else? Is that it?
As far as
No, the
breaks,
Achilles. What was that?
well, it's ruptured Achilles and torn calf.
What
muscle.
about your orbital?
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
There's several.
Yeah.
You're like the bionic man now.
No, Casey, that one sucked because that's probably the most embarrassing of all of them, the dancing at the wedding one, and that was ruptured Achilles and dancing to Madonna.
Yeah.
Listen, I support you.
Thank
you. You weren't dancing to Rage Against the Machine.
I probably looked like such a jackass, which is par for the course. But yeah, it was ruptured Achilles and torn calf muscle, and the gross thing about that is that when the Achilles ruptured, the calf muscle kind of like curled up my calf, the back of my leg.
Bicep tears happen that same. My brother had it, and he said it felt as if someone had pulled on the lower part of his bicep, like a window shade, and released it.
My poor ex-wife had to wheel me down the hall in a hotel chair because we were at a wedding in New Hampshire, and then the next day we had to drive all the way
Honestly, God, all of
New
your
Hampshire.
injuries require somebody to have to do something. You had to get carried up a mountain. You had to get
carried off a mountain.
Carried off a mountain by the mountain patrol or whatever.
Rescued out of a
That's
creek.
a good point, though, Casey. And Nick, so when Claire went on her safari with her friend Kelly from here, I paid to have this. It's like an insurance thing with the particular device, the Garmin device, which I later beat to death with a hammer. But they do have this insurance you can take out where they will airlift you out, and they provide all of that sort of. You're out and about a lot. That might be worth looking into.
Oh no! Well, we have it.
Oh, you do. Okay.
But we, the biggest mistake that I made when I fell off the mountain in Washington State, was that we didn't turn it on. And because we thought we were just going out for a casual day hike, and it ended up being much more serious. We ran out of water, and there's a series of mistakes. But we had that device, Steve, and could have used it and could have been activated, and then Park Service could have found us. But we just didn't bring it with us.
It's
that
a
day.
small device, Preston, that uses like a SAT system.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. This is slightly related to this because my father's moved in with us, and now we're keeping an eye on him, and obviously he's advanced in age. He's 84 years old. If there is a medical emergency, is it better to rush that person to the hospital yourself, or to call an ambulance?
So I know what's happening now. And it's the same question has come up regarding the police, and when they encounter certain like a shooting victim or whatever. And I think now you're right, Case. You have to assess it, and there's a couple of parameters. But more often than not, they will drive the person to the hospital
because of cost.
Because of the immediacy, they've got.
Well, yeah, that's my concern. Would it be quicker for me to put my, someone in my house in the car and drive to the hospital as opposed to wait for the ambulance to get there? Yeah. But when the ambulance gets there, or the EMTs, they can start medical assistance right away.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of hold on, Marissa's holding her hand, former firefighter here.
I'm fairly certain I learned this by listening to this radio show.
I should have learned it then. I'm the one asking the question.
I just remember recently somebody talking about somebody had a heart attack and the paramedics arrived and they were able to give the person medicine that they would not have gotten if they had been driven to the hospital.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking.
It was kind of like get on the phone with 911 immediately and they will instruct you what to do. So depending upon what, Steve, as you're saying, depending upon what the injury is, they're going to guide you into what the best decision is.
So what you're saying is if your father starts to have, God forbid, a heart issue, shoot him.
Oh,
Okay,
Jesus.
yeah. All right. So, yes.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought you were going to say to do a tracheotomy.
No,
No,
but
that's
here's the thing you
Steve's
could do.
With a gun.
Get an Apple AirTag and staple it on the inside of his ass.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can track him.
Okay, good. But Nick, of all the injuries, which one hurt the most?
I gotta imagine the collarbone. right?
Collarbone, I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah, that was bad.
That's a big ass bone.
Yeah, and the severity of that break was bad, and I needed screws as a result. The also the tearing of the Achilles and the calf muscle injury, that one was masked by a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
So I felt
Not
okay.
as bad.
Weren't you
Yeah.
skiing to the music of Lisa and the Cold Jam?
DLC.
Hit the beat now.
Preston, there was something you missed last week, though. We were talking to somebody who works for like a company that does like devices, like Apple AirTag type of devices, like slip and fall. And they said sometimes when a family member passes, people will put the device in the box live and mail it back to the company. So they said all the time they get false calls from like a post office because the box fell over, and they have to call the post office and say, "Is there a human being in your office right now in an emergency?"
Right, Marissa, that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. When I hurt myself on the when I broke my ankle, I had to be carted off. Somebody came in and got me, and they took me in an ambulance, and the ambulance took me to the hospital. And we were a mile and a half or whatever from the parking lot when that happened. And that the ambulance ride was covered by insurance, Preston. But if I had been another mile or so in, they would have had to medevac me out. And I learned later that helicopter ride would have been something in the neighborhood of $25,000 to $40,000.
Sure.
And sometimes that's covered by insurance, and sometimes it's not. So
that's what the Garmin.
Sadly, you have to pay attention to these types of things, and ambulance rides can save a life and can be really helpful, but sometimes they just can be enormously expensive. Yep.
Remember when my dad broke his femur? He called my brother, and my brother got there, and he was like, "What do you think I'm going to do for you right now?" He goes, "Just get me in the car." My brother was like, "No, I can't."
Not moving
It
you.
took them 4 EMTs to get my dad up onto the gurney and into the ambulance.
Could
And
your brother have just put him over his shoulder and dragged him out?
I mean, that's what he wanted him to, but that is exactly what my
Just do a dead man carry. That's all you got to do. It's your dad telling him that.
But that's
pull me
what
by my ears.
That's what my dad was worried about, was the price of the ambulance.
No? Okay. Hang on. Gregory has a point. We got to take a break here in just a second because our guests are going to be arriving shortly. Hi, Gregory. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Listen, if your loved one goes in the ambulance, they go right back into the ER, whereas if you take them in your car, they're going to have to wait. That could be hours and hours, and whatever medical condition they have, they could actually be worse.
Okay, so they get priority if you arrive in the ambulance.
What if you drive them to the hospital and shoot them in the parking lot?
No, because honestly, I had a vision, and I'm trying to run these scenarios through my mind, and I'm like, if my dad is having an episode, say a stroke or something like that, do I run into the ER and just yell, "This is happening! Go get him right now"?
I think Gregory's right in that. They're gonna beeline you right back for assistance. Okay.
We're taking care of my in-laws, Preston. Very similar situation to your dad, and we learned the hard way. And plus, if they're in their 80s, they have medical conditions.
Yeah.
If you're not sure, just call the ambulance. You should, if you're going to err, it should be erring on the side of caution.
Totally.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
I mean, I lived through this when my dad was literally dying, and we had him in the ER waiting room, and we were there forever and ever and ever. And I was like, I was getting really frustrated because the nurse was actually being a total bitch.
Dude, I had that happen.
And I actually was like, I think I'm gonna have to wheel him out to the sidewalk and call an ambulance because we're not getting any attention here. And the nurse was like,
what happens
she was
in
terrible.
that? People have mentioned
I called
that,
Dr. Mike, and he ended up getting things,
right.
You know.
But we've asked about that scenario.
Yeah.
If you've already gone in and started the paperwork and then brought them out to the parking lot and called an ambulance, would that work?
I think that's a no-no.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is, but they can't go, "No, you got to go walk back in." Like, I don't think that that an EMT could like turn their back and say, "Nope, sorry, you already checked in."
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question about, this is what I always think. So we worry about these costs that come along with it. But if you're speaking about an elderly person, right, what happens to these costs if they pass away?
Oh, the charge for ambulance fee and stuff like that?
Full refund.
No, but that's
Hey, sorry, man.
Yeah.
No,
Did you
but-
keep the receipt?
But honestly, like, I would think just call. Who cares? Because something happens to them. Like, it's not on you, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's a service that, you know.
Maybe we start the Preston Steve ambulance service.
Okay, I'm listening.
Not the most effective medical care,
right?
But will refund your loss.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that might seem attractive to some people.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
If you die, we don't get paid.
That's our selling point. Terrible medical care, but
sorry, Tennessee.
I will go to Mike next. Yo, Mike.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, buddy. What you got to tell?
Hi, Mike.
Hi. We're calling up here from Reading, PA. Just last fall, I was having chest pains. Went into my doctor's office. They sent me by ambulance into the hospital, wheeled me in the double doors by ambulance, wheeled me back out the double doors in the waiting room, and I sat there for approximately 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours? Oh, my
Chest
God.
pains.
Chest pains. That's
That's crazy.
That's priority.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So I was furious. I literally called my I felt fine. I was just a little worried. I called my neighbor who I knew was getting done work, and I said, swing by the emergency room and pick me up. And I just left.
That's crazy. Would they have responded better or quicker, Mike, if you said you were crowning?
Oh, my God.
Possibly.
Yes.
Right?
Just get this man in right away.
Baby's coming out.
He's crowning.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Hang on. I want to go next to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Preston and Steve. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. What's up, Joe?
Hey, so I work in a hospital, and we see it all the time that ambulances will bring patients in, and it all has to do with the severity. They'll come in the ambulance doors and go right out to the waiting room if it's not something severe enough.
Okay. But at least, I would think, Joe, at least they have advanced information, the ambulance team, the EMTs, whatever it may be, and they can, you guys will pay attention to those guys right away and realize that it's a priority.
Yeah, absolutely. And once you get registered too, you're in. So if you leave the hospital, you're going to get a bill. And then if you leave the hospital, call an ambulance, then it's just like a double whammy.
Yeah, you're
So
going to get a
it's
couple
not
more
worth
bills.
doing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate
Thanks,
that, bud. All right. See ya. Let me have Dave next. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, everybody. How are you?
Gadzooks, bud. What's up?
Well, as Steve knows, I have had a procedure done 6 months ago.
I know you, Dave. Yeah.
Dave McKay, right?
And I actually just got the full breakdown of how much everything was. It was close to $100,000.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, with all the procedure, with everything having to go back and get the procedure reversed. The ambulance ride was $3,000. I just got the bill like 2 months ago for that.
Jeez.
How much of it or of any of it was covered by insurance?
Pretty much most of it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I was pretty lucky, but I mean, I have two different insurances that pick up, so I'm okay.
Wow. Yes, and I can vouch for the fact you were just walking by around my house the other day. So yeah, good for you. I'm glad they took care of that. That's a whopping cost. And then if
I couldn't believe the paper when I read the it wasn't a bill, it was just basically a breakdown of everything. I mean everything. Pills, like all the way down to the pills. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. That's heavy duty. So
all right, thanks,
take it
Dave.
easy, man.
All right, guys, love you.
Love you, man. By the way, this says if we do the Preston Steve ambulance service, this is a text that came in. Jackie's the driver and Pierre's the navigator.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Oh dear, we're in a cul-de-sac.
And Jackie drives fast though.
He
doesn't
does drive fast,
Yeah.
but
Okay. Let me see. We're going to have to break here in a moment, but we're going to go to Andrew. Andrew, good morning.
Andy!
Hey, what's up? You guys rock.
Thank you, man. All right, it says, do you work for EMT?
I work for pre-hospital EMS in Chester County.
EMS, okay. All right, and what do you want to share with us?
So basically, I just wanted to kind of weigh in on the whole coming by ambulance, getting in quicker thing. That is a huge misconception.
Okay.
Unfortunately, with how busy the hospitals have been recently, especially after COVID, with everyone going back to the hospitals, and how understaffed the hospitals have been, not to mention the closing of Brandywine and Jennersville in Chester County, that just if you come in by ambulance does not necessarily mean that you're always going to be seen quicker. We've taken people to the waiting room all the time.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask you a quick question about the ERs and the advent of the urgent care centers? Have you noticed that ERs are less crowded these days because of the urgent cares popping up all over the place?
I'll tell you what. To be honest with you, I've seen more people use ERs as urgent cares. One of the hospitals on the main line is actually seeing people from the waiting room and discharging them right from the waiting room because, they triage them, they check them out, and they write them. They can send them back to their primaries, or they see, hey, you know what? You don't really need to go back to the ER. We can handle this right in the waiting room. Especially some of the bigger hospitals who have triage rooms, like 4 or 5 triage rooms in the waiting room. We've seen hospitals designate nurses and even physicians out to the waiting room. And then so people will be seen, treated, and released right from the waiting room.
Wow.
Andrew, which is better, Ross or TJ Maxx?
Probably H&M.
Okay.
Wow.
He's a medical professional.
H&M is not anywhere near TJ Maxx or Ross.
H&M is a little tick up.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It's got 2 floors, man. It's got 2 floors.
Floors. There's an escalator.
This guy is a medical. He knows.
I understand that, but there are some TJ Maxxes that have 2 floors, and some of Ross. And listen, you dress for less.
Agree to disagree.
Ross.
All right, thank you, Andrew.
I'm glad we called him.
And how did Marshalls completely get snubbed in this?
Well, it's
equation?
not part of the medical community.
All right.
Like TJ Maxx is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Says so right in the name.
Tongue depressor.
Are
That's
we
what
good
the
to
T
take a
stands for.
break now and have our guests here, or do we ramble on for a little longer?
Give me 1 second.
Casey's checking because I want to try to time this out a little bit.
Dear Casey, we will be there in 3 minutes.
Let's take a break.
Casey says we can take a break, so we'll do that. But anyhow, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate that. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget Tattoos Day. So by the end of the program, we'll give away that Preston and Steve tattoo, courtesy of Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. So text word tattoo to 39333. And don't forget, 30 minutes from now, exactly, Concert Cash, your chance to win $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs. Hey, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper Bear.
Cowper Bear.
Experts called the
This
site.
is going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper Bear? You can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper Bear.
Called the site of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper Bear.
Oh,
sick.
Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep.
Sheep are sick.
Although viewing them, after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime had he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so it's all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the muscular skeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
So you're
natural painkillers.
Okay,
that are in
okay.
your body. Well, also we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? You know, say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for?
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because this could be. I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Well, especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture school.
It's crazy. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question. Can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh, wow.
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back,
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
maybe halfway.
Oh, dear God.
That's fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone going, oh my God! Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be
Kathy.
challenging for you.
It will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here,
so we'll
Nick.
dim the lights.
I'm trying. I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The
gonna
first
die.
one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. You know, we can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know. Most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's having to look at it.
You offer $500?
Yeah. 500.
Yeah. So Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is as it's done. I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny. Okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier
Oh,
today.
okay. All
Yeah.
right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of I don't know.
Bukkake videos.
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
Sorry. I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup. and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was gonna put one on the top of his head.
Please
but
do
his,
it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly. He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
There. Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer. No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
Don't
it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's a different look
That's
for
a
you.
sexy look on you.
Jesus.
You looked much better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes do they irritate after a while?
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said, we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio, and if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very much.
All right, so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
So that's yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's
I don't want that one.
And
just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into a
big bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
That one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm not like.
Come on,
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are two
Well,
remaining.
I-
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got like turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. That's how I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is-
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do
All
I
right.
know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense, Dover, that same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got a race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on!
And is taking a full-length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner. Woo! All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is starring in a film that is opening on the 28th. The title is Big George Foreman, the miraculous story of the once and future heavyweight champion of the world. And he's a native of Camden, New Jersey.
Yes.
And we're excited to have him here this morning. Please welcome Chris Davis.
Yeah.
To the
Thank you.
show.
Thank
Hey,
you.
nice to see you, Chris. Thanks for being here,
Good
man.
to see you, too.
I am so happy that the George Foreman story has made it to the big screen. I've been a fan of George Foreman for a long time. And it's funny because he came into my life when he made his big comeback in the 1990s.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people came to know him as this wonderful, happy guy selling George Foreman grills and all this stuff. But if you take a look back in the history of George Foreman And you see some of the video, the footage of him getting ready to fight Frazier.
He was a terror.
He was one of the scariest looking, most serious, determined people I've ever seen in my life. And I mean that as a compliment as far as boxing goes. So I'm glad that we're going to find out more about his life, his story, and what it's all about. How much did you know before this role came to you?
Before doing this role, I didn't know much about Mr. Foreman except the fact that he was a fighter.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and
you are a fight fan, though.
I am a fight fan. So, but I didn't really know the history of fighting,
right,
as it pertained to Mr. Foreman. When I was coming up, you know, you had the Tysons, the Holyfields.
You were a Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis fan. Things like that, but I didn't even remember his second comeback. So I didn't know that he had a second comeback. And the only thing I knew about him as a fighter was he was the hurdle that Ali had to get over.
Yeah.
You know, but I was always wondering what that guy's story was, because I think people forget that Ali was not the champ at that time.
Right.
That Foreman was the champ and Ali was coming for the belt. But, you know, Ali is Ali, so it's easy to bypass a champion like Mr. Foreman.
Yeah.
So when I got the role and I started to do my research on Mr. Foreman, I found it interesting that he was such an intellectual fighter in the ring, right? Because people know him for his brutality.
Yeah.
But when you really watch all of his fights, you go back to his Olympic fights, and then you watch some of his earlier fights, and then you see him with Joe Frazier. When you watch him with Joe Frazier, he's using a lot of defensive tactics that are really smart in the ring. You know, Ali...
It's a great point, because, I mean, and we talked about this, you know, and we've had discussions. I just took a deep dive into some of the old footage of Foreman last night, and people naturally think, well, they're just slabs of meat that they don't, you know, there is, you know, it is a science, as they say, to it, and to watch some of the footage of him in particular is amazing. He actually... he picked up boxing, and a year later, he was in the Olympics winning a gold medal.
Impossible.
In 1 year.
That is impossible.
Yeah.
But, you know, that just Mr. Foreman's purpose and what he was born for was to fight, you know, was to box. I mean, that's virtuosic, man. It was just in him to be able to step into the ring and a year later win Olympic gold. You know, people train their entire lives from youth all the way up, and they may get to the Olympics and never win gold, never even place.
I'm old enough to remember all of that, and I mean, Preston, you can recall. You're younger, obviously, Chris, but these things were global.
Oh,
I mean,
my goodness.
they were. You would go to the movie theaters and watch them on closed circuit. You know, like that's what they used to call it. You'd pay to go, and you'd be like the movie theater would become a boxing, you know, ring, and it was just crazy how focused they were. And Foreman was just such a formidable force. And so you actually went and talked to George himself.
I did,
and you were a little carried away, weren't you, while you were talking to him? Apparently, it was hard to focus on.
It was hard to focus on asking him questions.
Yeah,
because I just was in awe of the man I was sitting next to.
Yeah.
You know, again, I heard stories about him. I saw the Ali fight.
Yeah.
I remember the George Foreman grill.
Yeah.
I remember the commercials.
Which is part of the movie.
Part of the legacy of Mr. Foreman. But I had done so much research up until that point, so he became bigger to me than he ever was before. And I had read all of his autobiographies.
Yeah.
So sitting in front of this man as he's talking to me, I was just staring at him, and he's talking and he's talking and he's talking, and I'm just staring at him, and he's trying to figure out more stuff to say, and I'm like, I heard this voice say, "Chris, ask him a question." I was like, Mr. Foreman, you know, I couldn't think of what to ask him because he would talk, and I just wanted to listen, man.
Yeah.
You know, he was giving me gems and jewels that weren't in the autobiographies, that weren't in the interviews, you know?
Chris, I want to ask you about playing somebody else as an actor, because, and that person obviously is still alive, and people know him and recognize him. How much do you want to do an impression of that person? How much do you want to honor that person? And how much do you want to bring your own voice to the role and be you as that person?
Look, first, I am who I am. Mr. Foreman is who he is. And I can never be Mr. Foreman. All I can do is try to do a proper representation of Mr. Foreman and his legacy at that time, you know. But it's Mr. Foreman. This isn't somebody, you know, who did something miraculous and no one ever heard about.
Right.
everybody knows this man in one capacity or another.
Yeah.
So immediately, that hits your nerves. This is easy to mess up. You know? Yeah.
In researching the role and doing this, I was wondering if you talked to his family, and if so, did you talk to George, or George?
Well, I did meet a George and another George.
Okay.
Yeah, while hanging out with George.
For those who don't know, he named all his sons George.
But it was nice meeting him, and it was nice to get more insight on his legacy, and I just wanted to do it justice, man. I wanted to do his fight legacy justice because that's something, again, that's easy to bypass because of that era where Ali was. You could just completely ignore.
You've got to pay. You've got to pay tribute, and also just it re-incites people to visit just what an athlete he was. The return story alone could fuel a movie. You're taking his life from the abject poverty of his childhood into what made him a little bit twisted. His eventual near death experience, that turned him around, turned him towards God, and started the second chapter of his life.
Right.
But in so doing, you had to do the thing that sometimes actors are called upon. I'm thinking Raging Bull and De Niro. You had to do that weight fluctuation.
I did.
And so I think, what was it, 50, 60 pounds?
Yeah, so we took 6 weeks off, so we shot in 2 blocks. The first block was the early years, the championship years, and we shot out of sequence. So week by week, I was shifting my weight. 1 week I would be 225, then I had to bump up to 242 to be the champion. Right,
17 pounds.
Yeah,
in a short amount of time.
I mean, it was crazy. So,
but you were doing it, and I read about this. I thought this was fascinating. De Niro talked about going to Italy and wolfing down pasta and peas. You took like a more you just ate a lot of really healthy food.
So again, that was the first block I was just talking about.
So that was just one block.
That was one block. So then the second block, right? We took 6 weeks off for me to gain the weight to do the second, his return, right, where he had all of that weight. So I only had 6 weeks, right? A nutritionist gave me a plan. 4,000 calories a day for days where I wasn't working, 5,000 for days where I was filming, and 6,000 for days where I was boxing training. But I was never going to make weight, so I mixed and matched it, and I did 7,000 calories a day.
7,000, and so you're basically never not eating. Never not the cameras
eating,
are rolling.
Literally eating all day.
Yeah.
And I went from 225 to 275 in 5 weeks, and I got up to 282 total.
And you were eating mostly like a Mediterranean diet?
I am pescatarian.
Yeah.
So I did a pescatarian diet, didn't do any dairy, no sugar.
Which is wild because you're going out of sequence. You're having to change your body that much.
Yeah.
So we know Rob McElhenney from It's Always Sunny, and who did a big weight gain and then dropped and got all cut up. It can wreak havoc with your body if you're not doing it right.
It can, and that was my main concern because I didn't want to, eat a bunch of dairy and then eat a bunch of meat, which I hadn't eaten for years.
Right.
And eat a bunch of sugar. Because I wasn't sure how the weight was going to. I've never been 280 pounds. I kind of float around 232 just naturally. So I was like, look, man, if I'm going to get to about 280, this has to come back off, and that was my main concern.
Well, Forrest Whitaker, who plays the real individual in George Foreman's life, is trainer, basically, correct? There's a line in the movie where you went from a Superman to the Michelin Man, which is. But I mean, there's a tremendous amount. Did they offer you a fat suit at any point?
They did.
Yeah,
they did. And when they offered me the fat suit, I felt some kind of way.
Yeah,
because I felt like, hey, this is Mr. Foreman's legacy. He worked so hard to build his legacy, and I have to do justice to that. And I feel like I can gain the weight. So
I think it'd be hard to. I think you're going to act I know it's called acting, but I think to know what it really is to carry that weight as opposed to carrying an artificial weight.
Exactly.
Was that your thinking?
Well, my thinking was that first and foremost, I believe that I'm a professional,
right? And
I believe in pushing it to the limit,
right,
as safely as you can. And I felt like I could do it, and I would like to. What I wanted to do was to make it as authentic as possible, even with the fighting. Right, we made real contact with the fighting. Right, I wanted to make sure that the weight.
How does that work? Where you're? I mean, we talk about a classic pulling punches, or are you basically sparring plus?
Sparring plus.
Okay. All right.
Sparring plus.
All right.
Yeah. So, we made those kind of sacrifices in the film, and I just felt like gaining the weight was a part of that journey. And, I personally, as an actor, needed to do that. I needed to do that for myself, and I wanted to give justice to his legacy by doing that.
Chris, you talked about being in awe of George Foreman. How about Forrest Whitaker?
Also,
that's got to be. You talk about one of the greats.
No, that was crazy.
Yeah,
man. Like I remember the first scene that we did, and it's not in the film. And thank God, because I probably would have looked really weird doing it. Because he came over and he started to act, and kind of like when I was talking to Mr. Foreman, I kind of got stuck. And he started doing all this these very soft nuances with his work, and I kind of tilted my head when I was looking at him because it was miraculous watching how smooth he was. And there was one day we had finished doing this big scene. It was a long day. And I had came behind the monitors to see what was going on, and they were pushing in on Forrest Whitaker, and he had no lines. All he had to do was think.
Yeah.
And he told a complete story in like 15 seconds. And I said, that's the kind of actor I want to be.
Wow.
Yeah, he taught me so much just by doing his thing.
The same, you're talking the same guy played Idi Amin and was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
his range.
His range is incredible.
Yeah.
So and you're relatively new in your career here. To me, we're fascinated by that concept of the craft of acting, and I love that story from years ago about working in small for the big screen. Do we have to do the contest here?
Well, yeah, we got to take about 30 seconds to do this thing, Chris, real quick.
I want you to think about my question.
Think about Steve's question. And I have to do this because we have to hit it right on the head at 9 o'clock, or I'm sorry, 10 o'clock, which it is right now. So I'm going to do this real quick, and then we're going to return to Chris here in a second.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, listen up. The word is believe, Believe. We're going to give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can either do it on the contest page at WMMR.com or the MMR app, or you can text it the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MM Barbecue Saturday, September 16th. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., and winners will get a call from Beasley. So make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Meineke. So again, the word is believe, Believe. Enter that now. Okay. I did.
We did it. So the question was
if you are just tuning in real quick, let me reset. We have Chris Davis, who is here, who is starring in the role of George Foreman in Big George Foreman, the miraculous story of the once and future heavyweight champion of the world. It's coming out on April 28th. So, Steve, you were asking?
So when you're on set and you start your acting career and the cameras and everybody's around and they talk about that intimacy of the camera, is it hard to learn that you've got to, as opposed to the stage where you're just emoting and trying to hit the back rows, is that, how do you gear yourself to that performance that way? To me, it would seem, I don't think I'm doing enough, Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Well, I would say the difference is that kind of like when you do classical theater, right? A lot of the intention comes through just the language.
Right.
So when you're on film, your intention comes through your eyes.
Okay.
Right? Versus when you're on stage having to make a larger reaction.
Right.
Right? You don't have to completely turn yourself as much, because when you think of a stage, you think of a proscenium, right? You've got this giant stage, these four sectors, top, bottom, left, right, and you just shrink that a little bit.
Right.
And the audience becomes just the camera.
Interesting.
So, an eye movement can tell an entire story.
When you're acting in the ring and doing a boxing scene, can you think about the acting portion of it, or are you mostly focusing on the boxing portion of it?
Well, the thing is, the boxing is a part of the story, right? So I don't have to think about the story being told. All I got to do is fight.
Okay.
Who trained you?
Daryl Foster, who trained Will Smith for Ali. He trained what's his name, Miles Teller for this. He worked with Sugar Ray Leonard.
And I know he's
many
become
years.
adept at, from what I understand reading about him, is that he's become adept at training you to mimic a style. And it was very important to mimic, obviously you're telling a story, to mimic form and style.
Well, first and foremost, he treats everything like a fight camp.
Right.
So we're not training for a film. We're training for the heavyweight title fight.
Right. Oh, wow.
So when the fighters come in and you're learning all the fights, what you're doing is you're sparring. You got to glove up. You got to go at. You got to go get it. You know, that's the way coaches say, "Let's go get it."
Yeah.
You know, and then
that must have been an eye opener.
it was insane, man. It was wild. It was wild.
But I mean, with like Will Smith and Ali, you know, I mean, Ali kept his hands down a lot and stuff like that, so he had to get in that.
Yeah.
To mimic his
So
style.
you got to learn to fight first.
Yeah.
before
Okay,
you
that's first.
Yes. So you got to learn to fight first before you can do that.
You'd had no training with this prior?
I had no training.
Okay.
Prior
With
to this,
boxing?
with boxing, period. With boxing, period.
That's a man's workout.
Yeah, I mean,
you look damn good. I mean, you got up and running, man.
Well, here's the thing. We started to do the training in July of 21, when we were going to start filming in August.
Right.
Man, and we're in New Orleans, and I'm in the gym. A couple of guys had come in. We were working out. And I'm looking to my left, my right, and I said, man, they might got the wrong guy for this. I don't know if I could do this. So then a few days later, check this out, a few days later, suddenly a hurricane hits New Orleans.
Yeah.
Right? Rips the roof off of the production office, rains on all the paperwork, destroys everything. So now we have to pause for 3 more months, which gave me more time to do boxing training.
All right.
And that was beautiful because I got a chance to work with Cedric Boswell, right? Which really gave me what I needed to understand what it is to be in the ring with a heavyweight fighter, a heavyweight champion level fighter, because Cedric doesn't have a chill button.
Okay. All right.
Cedric is so strong and so fast, you know. So, I had that time, so it was beautiful.
Chris, somebody texted in and wanted me to say this to you. They wanted me to say, "Thou whose light shall never fail," and they were curious if you knew what that meant.
No.
It's the alma mater. It is I guess the Cheney University saying or something
Out
like
of
that.
context.
Out of context?
That was out of context.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nah, you would have known that if I would have brought that. It said his fellow graduates are proud of everything he is doing. This is a fellow
Very
graduate
cool.
of Cheney that wanted to let you know that they're really happy with your success so far.
From Camden, right?
From Camden, New
And
Jersey.
so I have to ask you, what's your favorite cheesesteak place? I assume it's Donkey's, right?
Listen. I've had a couple cheesesteaks in my life, and I was never a big cheesesteak fan. Not because they were not good,
Right. Well, you're not a meat eater,
but
right?
I'm not a big, I'm not a
Right.
big meat eater. So not
I guess
because
it
they
would
were not
negate
good,
that.
but they always made me sleepy.
Oh yeah.
Well, we were shocked to find out about Donkey's. You know, like, what? This is a legendary place.
Oh, it was delicious.
Yeah, it was insanely good. So
You might rethink that meat eating thing afterwards.
we know Beyond a guy who makes a hell of a Beyond.
Oh, yeah, you do?
Cheese. Cheesesteak, you'll love it. So
Yeah, but a lot of people try to disqualify Donkeys because it's on a round poppy seed roll
Nah, it's
and blah,
great.
blah, blah. No, you can't.
It's awesome.
It is. So did you study acting theater while at Cheney, or?
I did.
Okay.
I did. So I went to the Performing Arts High School in Camden, New Jersey first, and that's where I read my first full script.
Yeah.
My first play.
So, because I want to ask, because we're going through this right now. My daughter's a junior in high school, and she does the theater, and we're looking at colleges, and I'm learning the difference between BAs and BFAs, and so I don't know if was yours a BFA or was it a BA?
It's a BA.
Okay.
It was a BA, but
that's good because then you're able to actually study other things. You know, when you're in a Bachelor of Fine Arts, like, dude, it's a conservatory, and all you do is theater.
Well, what I'll say is this, right? Sure, you'll study other things, and sure, you can go to a conservatory and just study that.
Mm-hmm.
But the lessons never stop. It's gonna continue, right? There's a cap on that for the BA and the BFA, and it has to go higher, right? And some people go to grad school, but even if you go to grad school, there's still more to learn.
Oh yeah.
So the thing is, you're always going to be a student of this, and to remember to always be a student of this. All right.
Yeah.
Big George Foreman opens on April 28th. Has Mr. Foreman seen the film, and have you heard from him about your portrayal?
He saw the film, and he said that he'd watch it 1,000 times over. And that's all
nice.
you can ask for. That's all you can ask for. He came to set one day when we were doing the Joe Frazier fight. I heard he was coming. And I came in that day. I didn't want to talk to nobody. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. He came in. I couldn't even go over to say hi because all I wanted to do was make sure that while he was sitting there, that what he saw me doing was his story justice.
Right.
So I went up in there, and me and Carlos Takam, who played Joe Frazier, you know, we started throwing some heat up there. And after he left, one of the producers walked up to me, and she said that he was watching the monitors, and then he looked over to his daughter and said, "That boy can fight." So,
there you go.
You know, you do Mr. Foreman some justice, and he gives you a compliment like that, and you know you're doing the right thing.
When speaking to him and doing the research, what did he tell you about Muhammad Ali and about Joe Frazier in particular? Those two, because those are the iconic names.
What he said about Joe Frazier, I'll start there.
Okay,
is that he was terrified.
Wow.
He said, because you see the iconic image of him staring Joe Frazier down as they're in the ring, and Joe Frazier's rocking left to right. And he said, thank God the camera didn't look at my knees because my legs were shaking.
No kidding. He seemed like a man that was impervious to fear.
He said he was terrified.
Wow. Well,
Which
yeah, Joe
brings me
Frazier.
to Ali.
Mm-hmm.
He said the problem with that fight was that he didn't walk in with his bag of fears. He had no fear. And he said that was his mistake. He took Ali for granted, right? So he talked about that fight, and one thing that stood out to me was how he talked about his brutality towards Ali in that fight. He was sitting there, and he still kind of had some shame about that.
That he desperately wanted to hurt him.
That he wanted to destroy, physically break this individual. And he said, I'm hitting him. He said, people don't really see what I was doing. But he said the places I was hitting him, on the back of his neck, on the side. He said the things I was doing to him, he said, I was just hoping he would recover from that because he was laying some heat on him, hitting him kind of in the back of the neck and things like that. So he felt bad about that kind of brutality towards Ali, and he really has a lot of respect.
Who's the actor who plays Ali in the movie? He's excellent.
That's Sullivan Jones.
Okay.
Was it Frazier who said Foreman was the hardest he'd ever been hit?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And that might very well be the case. And that's saying a lot because in the comeback, when you have the beefier Foreman, I was talking to Preston and I were talking earlier. I mean, so maybe it's you're addled by that extra bulk, but there's still the knowledge of the sport and no one saw it coming. I mean, it was borderline laughing stock in the initial stages. It's like, oh, here's a thing. And then, oh my God, he delivered. And then it just rocked the world.
Yeah, that's what I mean by boxing IQ. Right?
Yeah.
So he always had that, but this time he used it during his second comeback. Right? Being a technician in the ring, and that's what carried him, versus trying to be a brawler. He had that crossbody defense.
Yeah,
his jabs, his ones and his twos were incredibly sharp, and Michael Moorer, felt that. I mean, when you watch that fight, you're like, how could that punch bring down Michael Moorer after the whole fight? But then you watch the fight, and you see how that 1-2 was landing on Michael Moorer that whole time, just
breaking him down,
wearing his chin down. And that 1-2 shot that took him down looked like it barely touched him.
Yes.
But put him to sleep.
Wow.
It's an amazing story.
Yeah. I'm excited, Chris. I'm looking forward to this. April 28th is when the film opens. It's called Big George Foreman, the miraculous. I can't say the word miraculous. Miraculous story. Miraculous. Of the once and future heavyweight champion of the world. So definitely go see this. And we're excited that somebody from our area is getting the spotlight like this. So continued success to you,
Thank
sir.
you.
It's wonderful to meet you. Thanks for being
Nice
here.
to meet you, too. Thanks
Let's
for
hear it
having
for
me.
Chris, guys. Chris Davis on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a second. Hang out, why don't you?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The band Fonzie. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho is here.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience. This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that
everywhere
cow.
you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. And wasn't sure what to expect. You know, I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you know, you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is. Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book, the only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious, and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the front man, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this, it's the very nature of our show is that if, over the years, we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. Go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
It was a thing
Years
that we
ago,
would-
it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have, well, do you want to hear the winner? Or, yeah, let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
but
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard it. Heard it. Heard it. I'm ready to talk now. And I cannot see your listening. What was that? I said I can't see your listening. Yeah, that's louder. Heard it. Sound good to you. You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true.
She just gives up.
God damn it, I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing. To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do? We're gonna entertain you. What's that? We're gonna entertain you. What's that? We're gonna entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning. We're looking at a still shot of her.
She's a Miss America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready? Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna work the road and ride.
93.3 WMMR, the impression that I get. 20 minutes after 10, the Preston and Steve show. I hope you were listening a little while ago, around 10 o'clock, when we gave out the concert cash giveaway keyword. If you weren't, hey, no biggie, because we're going to do it again today, several times. All right, so we did 8 and 10 a.m. We have noon, 3 and 5 p.m. to go before the day is up. So you haven't missed your chance. Try to get every chance that you can to ensure that you have the best opportunity to win the money and tickets that we have for you. All right, listen up. Before we do lesson, question, trash, and music news, because we had Chris Davis in here a little while ago, just a moment ago, we set aside the bizarre file. So we need to do that. A little shorter version, but we're going to do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer Lumber, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. How about this?
We have to move on.
No. Give me a minute. Shoplifting is against the law. It's generally not a good idea to shoplift an item that requires assembly and then to use the sidewalk in front of the store from which the item has been shoplifted to assemble the item.
Was it an IKEA?
No, it was, I believe it was a Walmart. No, it was a Target.
And they're building it? Kathy, that's disgraceful.
That is disgraceful.
Building it right outside.
A 28-year-old transient did this on Monday, shoplifting a $540 Razor brand electric scooter.
Oh, my God.
Ended up at the county jail on 2 misdemeanor counts.
At least take it around back.
The deputy said that since he was homeless, he told the deputy since he was homeless, he didn't have a way to get around. So he needed a ride, and he lifted one. Court records indicated the man was driving until 2018. If illegally, he has numerous arrests for driving on a suspended or revoked license. He was also in drug court several years ago, and last year was convicted of third-degree felony for cocaine possession, serving a few months in jail for it. But now he decided stealing a $540 electric scooter and putting it together in front of the store was the best way to go. He is in jail at the moment.
Steve, did you just say like when he said he was homeless?
Yeah.
Steve was kind of like, just let him have it.
Have it.
It's all right.
I mean, it's still illegal and it's sad and everything, but. And Kathy, it's Target. So
it's Target.
You like Target.
They make enough money.
A man in China has gone viral on Chinese social media for spending an entire night kneeling in the rain to beg his ex-lover to take him back. According to Yahoo News, the unidentified man spent 21 hours on his knees with a bouquet of flowers outside his ex-girlfriend's office building.
It's like the worst Nicholas Sparks novel ever.
I know. And she's just going, oh, no, please.
Just steal a scooter and get out of here.
As he begged for his ex to take him back, locals gathered around him to film him and urge him to get up from his knees.
I never loved you. You always have wet knees.
A man said, many of us tried to talk him into leaving. He said, it's not necessary to keep on kneeling. The girlfriend is not willing to show up, but you are still here losing face.
Get away. Give me 10 more minutes.
When officers approached him, the man reportedly said, is it illegal for me to kneel down here? If it is not illegal, please leave me alone. No word on whether or not she took him back.
Make a hell of a movie.
Well, this has a happy ending to it. A British dog with an alcohol dependency has kicked the habit. In a rare case, a Labrador mix named Coco had to undergo treatment for alcoholism. After his owner passed away. It's suspected that the owner habitually left containers of alcohol out before going to sleep.
And so inadvertently turned the dog into an alkie.
Which Coco then consumed. Following his owner's passing, Coco was taken to the Woodside Animal Welfare Trust, where he received intensive care.
Did he walk into a room and some of his dog friends were sitting around in a circle?
Yeah, I think that was it. And
no.
Coco is off all medication now, is starting to behave like a normal dog, the trust wrote. While Coco is not ready to be adopted, it appears there's no shortage of commenters willing to take him home.
Instead of a coin press, every year they get a jerky treat.
When he is ready. A group of men who had taken magic mushrooms during a visit had to be led to safety, according to rescuers. Keswick Mountain Rescue said that it was called to Newlands Valley on Saturday to aid a group of young men who had taken the hallucinogenic fungi.
Whoa! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, woo! Woo! Oh, wow! Yeah!
Oh my God. Two in the group were
double rainbow. Oh my God.
Two in the group were feeling unwell and had to be walked down the valley and given advice by the team medic. The rescue took 2 hours and involved 11 team members.
Wow.
A spokesperson for the rescue team said a number of calls were received via passersby who had come across a group of young adult males who had taken magic mushrooms. Two in the group were feeling unwell, including the driver in the party. The casualties were walked down and given advice by the team medic regarding their onward travel.
So do shrooms deliver the most loopy response?
Probably not. I would think acid would.
Acid, yeah.
But I mean, it comes on pretty quick. But yeah, you have other things like DMT and stuff like that. that are a little dicier.
All right, and there you go. We'll wrap up the beef howl right then and there, my friend. All right, so today's lesson question, we are going to give away a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel. If you can answer this correctly. Do you know which one I'm going to ask, Nick?
No, because I laughed at all 4 of them.
Okay. Instead of Nell giving a rose on The Bachelorette, she'll do what? All right. 215-263-WMMR. That's from around 7 o'clock this morning. Instead of giving Nell a rose on The Bachelorette, or she would give you a rose.
Right.
Instead of Nell giving you a rose on The Bachelorette, she'll do what instead? All right. 215-263-WMMR. If you heard that, please call, because we have a great prize up for grabs, and we're going to do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. You can join Nick McElwain and Team Luke in the LLS Big Climb Philly on Saturday, May 6th at Lincoln Financial Field. Visit WMMR.com/Big Climb to register or donate. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, TMZ obtaining photos of Michael the Situation Sorrentino and Nicole Snooki Polizzi in Florida. The now much older Jersey Shore cast members are reportedly shooting a new series called Tampa Assisted Living.
Hey!
The WWE apologizing on Friday for accidentally showing a photograph of the Auschwitz concentration camp during a WrestleMania promotion.
Oh, my God.
Vince McMahon assured members of the Simon Wiesenthal Center that his wrestlers are always committed to beating up concentration camps.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Michael Jordan's $15 million mansion was broken into by an 18-year-old thief named Raider Hagedorn. Apparently, Hagedorn got so lost in the 56,000 square foot home that he attempted to have an Uber drive him to the front door. 56,000.
That's insane.
Crazy. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we'll see if we can get an answer to the lesson question this morning. Instead of Nell giving you a rose on The Bachelorette, she'll do what? 215-263-WMMR. And we are going to go to Carl to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Good morning, Preston. How are you today?
Great, Carl.
Oh,
Okay.
I got something for you, Carl.
Hold on.
Carl, good to see you.
One more time, Case?
Oh, sorry.
Carl, good to see you.
All right, Carl, instead of Nell giving you a rose on The Bachelorette, she'll do what?
She'll pee in your hand.
Pee in your hand. Yes. Hang on, Carl. We are going to give you a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel, where sandwiches are always made to order with real, fresh, cracked eggs on the grill and authentic New York-style bagels. You can order ahead at manhattanbagel.com. I thought you were going to have a clip from Walking Dead where he'd always go, Carl!
Coral!
Coral! All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You know what I love? Meat.
All right, it's brought to you by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with the PGW Energy Sense rebate up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. All right, this is a fun story to start with. Metallica is challenging marching bands at all levels to craft the most exciting, unique, and impressive performances of Metallica's music.
This is a great idea.
It is a wonderful idea.
You've had something that we're working on here, and hopefully we can make it happen.
Well, Bill doesn't like the idea.
He likes it for Metallica.
I think he's swayable on this. I think,
hope
you know
so,
what?
man.
I think we won him over initially with our ambulance service earlier
Okay,
today.
all right.
And I think now he's on board.
All right. Well, anyhow, bands who enter the competition will have access to a library of marching band charts for Metallica's songs provided by Hal Leonard via sheet
From
music.
Barney Miller?
No. Hal Leonard is a well-known. They transcribe music and write it out in sheet music. I've got a couple of Hal Leonard guitar books at home.
Do you?
But anyhow, yeah, they transcribe music for you, and they have sheet music printed up so you can check it out. So you can go to sheetmusicdirect.com. The bands with the best performances are going to win musical equipment for their school program. Brilliant. Furnished by Metallica and their sponsors.
It's great.
I love
it. Yep.
This is an everybody wins situation. Metallica gets even, more PR. The schools get much needed equipment, and we get some cool versions of Metallica songs. I love it.
We need to see if we can work something like this.
Yes. Their winners will be selected in 5 categories. Now, I don't have all the categories here, but there is a fan favorite and there is a collegiate across all divisions and I believe a high school. I'm not sure what the other ones are.
Let's just claim we came up with this.
Okay, we can do that. Video submissions are due by November 16th, and voting will begin on November 17th. Winners will be selected on December 1st. High school and collegiate winners will be narrowed down to 5 finalists by professional judges, and then Metallica will select the final prize winners in each category. Fan favorite winners will be the result of fan voting. So the available songs include Enter Sandman, Master of Puppets, One, Fuel, Lux, and Lux Eterna, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Creeping Death, Fade to Black, Wherever I May Roam, Sad But True, Seek and Destroy, The Unforgiven, and Hit the Lights.
Nothing from the Lou Reed album?
I have no idea. But those are the ones that are available.
That's a good selection.
And you can go to WMMR.com if you missed the contact info, and we've got links to that and all that stuff that you can get signed up for that. But it's a great idea. Eventually, there are several. No, I'm sorry, not eventually. Evidently, there are several complete collaborations between Eazy-E from NWA and Guns N' Roses. Really? RockThemBells.com spoke with Eazy-E's longtime friend and associate, Arnold Big A. White, who shed light on the unlikely team-up, recalling there is unreleased music still out there. We know for a fact that he had 2 or 3 or 4 reels in his car when he went to the hospital.
When did this occur?
It would have been
time frame?
He died in 1995.
Yeah.
So he said he had songs with Guns N' Roses on those reels.
Wow.
He said he had songs with Slash and Guns N' Roses. Those reels came up missing. White went on to explain that the elements to the collaboration remains strewn all over the place. He said those reels have been found because they wound up in Canada. That's a whole other story, he said, but what happened to them since, I don't know.
Those are reels.
I don't know if the estate got them, but there is unreleased music, and producer Yella has some, and I know for a fact that there is some unreleased a cappella vocals that he was working on, some records with a couple of producers I worked with, and last I heard is that they were up in Dre's studio. So, very interesting. I don't know if that stuff will ever surface or not. So, Eazy-E died from AIDS-induced pneumonia in March of 1995. He was only 30 years old. And then one last story, and unfortunately, I didn't dig and get this, but 311 has shared their officially sped-up version of Amber. Amid the song, apparently it's gaining momentum on
TikTok. Yeah, they do it all the time. So they did it with the Lady Gaga song. They sped up for the Wednesday, the dance scene. So what can we do? Marissa will get
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nick Hexum of 311 commented on the decision to follow suit with an official version. So they've now come out with this official version. He said, "My daughters keep showing me TikToks of their friends making videos to Amber. They seem to like it more sped up." And he said, "I'm like, whatever floats your boat."
How would that work? So if you speed it up and you use it on a TikTok video, is that parody or, in other words,
That's
what
a good question
what are your
because-
legal obligations for use of that music?
So here's the deal: when I was flirting around doing drum videos, I was doing drum cover videos. I did read about using licensed music, and there's a method of which that if you speed it up enough, that the detectors, if you will, that are set in place to pick up on that music will not pick up on it because it's changed in frequency and speed and all that stuff a little bit. Now, I got to figure out that by now they've figured out a way to do that. I don't know. But I guess maybe that's a good question, Steve. I'm not really sure. I don't have an answer.
Whenever I've done videos for YouTube, and like with the Comic Book Gurus, which we'll be doing some new ones, anything that had any bit of audio was always problematic. Anything. So soundtrack music from a movie clip, if you think, I must get at least a couple of seconds. No, it could be like 2 seconds and it gets flagged.
That's why on YouTube, when we're doing our live streaming, if we play any clips of songs, we have to cut away from that because they'll ding you.
Yeah, dinging bastards.
Dinga.
Yeah.
Dinga.
Dingus day. Marissa, she's got it. Yeah. So this is that's how fast she works.
She's so awesome.
It's incredible.
No dinga there.
No, Marissa's not a dinga. She's a dunga.
She's a doer, not a dinga.
Here we go.
Did it.
Yeah, she did.
Ding dirty.
Ding dirty dir.
She's a grower, not a shower.
All right.
She's not even growing. She's kind of
I know.
tiny.
She's very tiny. But she showed us that she can do this.
That she can grow.
All right, here we go.
Pitch that up a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
I just want to see what it sounds like.
never left before.
All right, you hit it when you're ready to go.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, so Casey's going to speed this up just a tiny bit.
Not gonna speed it up. I'm gonna pitch it up. I'm gonna pitch it up by 3. Nope. 4.
4.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
Okay.
It might have been too much.
Right.
All right.
Whenever you're ready, you begin it. Okay. That is the last bit of information I have for you in music news this morning. We are going to take a break. We will return in a moment and get you the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We'll also give away our Tattoos Day gift certificate. So if you haven't texted tattoo to 39333, do it now or forever hold your peace. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Don't let it play. Hey, how's it?
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like you might have before you get the shot. We have a ventriloquist actually, and they're going to give me the shot. Give me the shot.
All right, we haven't even gotten to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy, sweetheart, that's the life I love the best.
Oh my God!
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Right. Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atensio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in 3rd grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year. And going to Disneyland, the Disneyland, there was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were, you as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't believe it.
It's just mind-boggling. And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs, Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atensio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagineering unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script
for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atensio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a sound stage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I
that
can't see.
the boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear, and I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Every time they come through, they'll see something new. And I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atensio.
Life for me.
So he wrote this.
We kindle and char, inflame and ignite. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We burn up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
We burn up the city.
Yeah,
we burn up the city and rape the people and kill everyone who won't come along. We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Confiscate the children and make them slaves.
The city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We're beggars and fighters and ne'er-do-well cats. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. I'm out of the lap and mummies and dads. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis. The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burned down the town and killed the animals and sexually abused the women.
Pirate's life. And
I think that's
the
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp singing "Drink up, me hearties, yo ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line of the movie.
Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around and visit the Viper room. Oh.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly. Oh. They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the swat.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait, and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front 2 little hands, if it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies.
That's cool.
Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So, in general, the smaller
Did
the
they
species,
capture a fly and interrogate him?
the faster its critical flicker. They put a light in front of it.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
They start smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general, the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical flicker fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
and
though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How do they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical
I
current.
assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptor.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, so, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How do they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
Well, this
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do.
That's pretty heavy duty.
Another celebration at the end of the world is the name of that song. Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen on MMR. Gotta love the energy on that. Man, some talent there. All right, 10:50 on a Tuesday morning as we are coming to a close for the day. And what a day it has been. A lot of good conversation on the program. And in that, it became in the form of a couple of interviews and some chit-chats amongst us all, including you. And we appreciate that. And I would also like to thank our guests. We had May Pang on earlier this morning.
Wasn't she great?
Oh, she was wonderful. Real easy to talk to.
Yeah.
And plenty of stories to share. She'll be sharing more of those at an event that is taking place this weekend, Saturday and Sunday at City Winery. And it's called The Lost Weekend, the photography of May Pang. And there is also a documentary called The Lost Weekend, a love story, which is coming out, I believe, this weekend.
I think so. Yeah, it's at she mentioned 2 theater locations.
Yeah, the Ritz and I think
KOP.
I think she said the at Oaks, the Regal.
If you
Cinema
go
at
to
Oaks.
thelostweekendtickets.com, you can find the information there, unless Marissa put it up on PrestonandSteve.com.
She says thumbs up.
Okay,
She did,
yeah,
definitely.
go to PrestonandSteve.com for all that information.
So it was really cool. Some interesting stuff to talk about. And then a really cool guy, Chris Davis, came by.
Yeah.
He's playing George Foreman in the movie Big George Foreman, the miraculous story of the once future heavyweight champion in the world. And he's from Camden, New Jersey. It was really cool to have him by here. So that opens on April 28th. It was a full program today. So, and we're remaining, our cup runneth over.
Yes.
As far as fullness goes.
Yeah,
with Mr. Pierre Robert walking in here.
Good day.
Hey, man, how you doing?
That gentleman, he was so well-spoken, but he always referred to George Foreman as Mr. Foreman.
Yes.
Mr. Foreman.
Very
Like
respectful.
Mr. Sinatra.
Yeah.
Right.
You almost no one could call Frank.
Right.
Except for Rickles.
Except for Rickles.
Yes.
And Dean. I mean, the Rat Pack could call him Frank. But, almost everyone else, his wife called him Mr. Sinatra. So, I liked how he just kept saying Mr. Foreman.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely a level of respect, which is cool.
Yeah, but he was so well spoken. I'm not a fan of fight movies, even
Rocky.
Well, I did see Rocky.
Right.
I never saw another one after Rocky.
You know
I
what you'd like?
Rocky.
I think it's a wonderful movie. Cinderella Man.
Cinderella Man.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, a story. It's like has a Seabiscuit vibe to it because it's actually horses boxing. No, it's a very cool story.
Yeah, I think Cinderella turns into a man and then becomes a boxer. It's kind of cool.
Excuse me.
All right, so you ready for the letter, man?
Odo.
Oh, God, Don Donis.
That's great playing, Casey.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
O, as in
Odo.
Odo.
Or as in oh dear.
Oh dear.
No,
All right.
it's Odo.
We're going to give away a 4-pack of front row tickets with the early access pit passes for Monster Jam this Saturday, April 15th at Lincoln Financial Field. Experience full throttle family fun at Monster Jam, where world-class athletes and their 12,000-pound monster trucks are going to tear up the dirt in wide-open competitions of speed and skill. And tickets and information are available at monsterjam.com, by the way. What's happening program-wise today?
I loved earlier when you referenced the Preston and Steve potential ambulance service with Jackie being the driver and I being the navigator, the GPS, and a lot of oh dears as the sirens are going.
Right. It could work.
It could work. It could work really badly, but it could work. On the program today, we have more opportunities for dough. Speaking of dough, at noon and at 3 p.m. At noon with maybe before the workforce blocks, and then at 3, Brent and I share a word that we will mention, and you'll have that opportunity to call in for concert cash and concert tickets for the MMRBQ. On the workforce blocks, we've got the Struts, Steely Dan, and Lincoln Park today.
Awesome. I love it. All right. Let me thank the sponsors of today's program. I recognize this music.
Wait. But we have to do this first.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yep, Tattoos Day. Yep. Apologies. We have a winner. And that winner is Chris McLean from Philadelphia. Chris is going to get himself a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can check them out today. Their artwork, you can either see them in person at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia, or for a view of some samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Now, the music a third time. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by SEPTA. SEPTA offers a variety of career opportunities. You can visit job.septa.org to apply today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, that means we got our Wednesday stuff. Fox Good Day, secret text word, and more chances for you to win money and tickets with MMR's Concert Cash, and we'll have a bunch of other good things, too. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.